There we go. Alright, alright. Good. Rafael, hello there. It's getting kind of fresh over here again. And I slept with my window open. I think I'm catching a cold again. Oh, pum. Hello there, everybody. Alright, let me just check a couple things. That's good over there, that's good over there. I've also seen there's been some activity in the power overhaul mod on the GitHub. I think our stuff will be merged like in a couple days. So that's good as well. Good. I think we're good to go. The only thing that's missing is... Where did I put my... Where the fuck are they over there? What the hell? A 90 strong streak, mate. Well, I was putting my info on Git, your email address is visible. It should be the same email address that I used for my business email, which is boltviking@boltviking.org. So that should be fine. Unless it was the other email address. Wait a minute, let me just double check real quick. Wait a minute. Did I do a stupid? It wasn't the boltviking.org? Oh, fuck. Google was involved? Ah, but that should still be fine. Where is that commit? It's sometimes a little bit annoying to check for individual commits on GitHub. Here we go. Give me this commit, please. Let's have a look at it real quick. I want to take a look at the full commit. Come on, GitHub. What the fuck, man? How can it be so hard? Alright, let me just download that thing real quick. What the fuck? I sometimes kind of fascinating how hard sometimes it can be to navigate GitHub sometimes. When I just want to look at the commit in its full and not in like whatever I'm looking at right now. There you go. Over there. Let's do a git clone real quick. A moment, please. All right. that's fine. It is a more private email address, but it's basically the same. Good. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's get going. There's the button we take a look at. Good evening, Twitch! And welcome back to Factorio. Quick update, the schedule has changed for tomorrow. Because Ubisoft has pushed back the release of the Anno DLC as well as the Anno patch that comes along with it. Because apparently there was a safe corrupting bug in it, which they kind of noticed yesterday. Well, I guess it was still in time, but that entire sponsoring and that entire release and the entire sponsor stream itself will be pushed back by an entire week. So that'll be fine as well. Good. Alright. Yeah, don't worry, Lictor, about that. That email address has also already been around and is also getting spammed with Twitch stuff as well. It was the original email address I also used to start on Twitch. At some point in time, switched it over to the other one. It's fine. Ah, that's the Peaches! Hello there! Thank you so much for the lovely raid. How are you doing? Welcome. What have you been up to? Tell me. Also, welcome back everybody to our little game of Factorio, where we are playing some kind of cursed variant of Bobs and Angels, where I've been actually kind of busy. I think I did yesterday a whole bunch of stuff off stream. Mostly, as you can probably see, I kind of cleaned up a little bit over here the Tiberium field, which we had inside of our base, and it now has a proper fence around, which means that it will no longer grow outside of the fence. As we can see over here, the growth over here has been stopped, and it's now growing more inward than outward. Call of Duty and GeoGuessr stream mostly. So basically you were calling shots by doing GeoGuessr and then trying to shoot people on Call of Duty with it or something like that. Guys, we got Deadly Pizzas over there. Make sure to check them out yourself. Where's the proper shout out command? There we go. There he is. Good. And thank you so much for a raid right at the start of the stream. But yeah, the Tiberium field over here has been cleaned up a bit. Also, I've been a little bit busy down here with the power plant. The new power plant is fully built and fully set up. The power plant over here is technically running. Practically, it's not really connected yet to the main grid. Same for now, this one is connected. Mostly due to two facts. Fact number one is going to be that if we activate all 4 of these power plants, we will blow our power poles. If we activate 2 of these, as well as the oil-based power plant, as well as, I think, part of this one. No, this one is entirely, we almost blow our power poles. So all in all, it is kind of fine over here. Nevertheless, it all seems to be working kind of good. The power plant over here is ready to go, so it is heated up, and it will keep the heat, and it will slowly lose heat, because it is using like a little bit of power for itself. But all in all, it is completely set up and ready to go. So if we do need more power, we do have more power available. However, the power poles, I did upgrade them to big electric poles number 2, and that was a fucking pain in the arse. Not quite sure if I ever will be upgrading power poles ever again. Mostly due to the fact that if you upgrade power poles, they will lose all connections to other power poles. They will remake their connections to power poles Mark II, or in this case, big electric poles Mark II, but they will also lose their power connections to their transformers. Which means, after I kind of did like a bulk upgrade for all the power poles out there, I had to go to every fucking transformer we have out there and upgrade that or reconnect that one to the current connection, which kind of took a bit of time. It was kind of annoying, and well, because we kind of built a bit of spaghetti over here, it was also sometimes not really that clear where exactly the power connection was. Maybe we need some kind of better system that will allow us to connect this up again. I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe we could actually do something with these things over here. Where are they? The display panels, and maybe if they don't have any power, they turn on or something like that. Or maybe we have an indication on the map where they are. Because looking around my entire base trying to find them was annoying, to say the least. I also kind of switched over to using this Tiberium over here primarily for now, so that we can kind of mine out the edge over here like a little bit and just start moving it around a little bit more. That seems to be working kind of well. It is kind of dripping through a little bit over here. Actually, it is a little bit dripping through over there. We could probably fix that real quick by just putting down another mine over there real quick. And doing just something like that, just to make sure that you don't go AWOL over there. There's also a little bit of Tiberium still over there, but all in all, that will be fine. We don't really care too much anymore about blue Tiberium or green Tiberium. I don't mind if things turn blue. I did do some blue cleanup in here again, because there was some blue Tiberium showing up. But for now, I'm just going to let this field over here grow again, until it is either full or it is good enough that we can start picking it up and using it again. And I guess we are going to be doing some kind of crop rotation. This field over there, after we've kind of mined it out like a little bit more, I will probably also kind of shrink wrap it into like a more contained field like this one over there. And maybe, if possible, if we could move these Tiberium nodes around a little bit, that would also be great. But I'm not quite sure if we can actually do that or not, because we might as well want to use ourselves some of these better miners over there. For example, it would be like a really, really fun thing to do to, where is it? It's over there, to place down these miners over here. But of course, the big nodes over there are a little bit in the way. I was kind of thinking of maybe something like one over there, one over there, one over there, and then maybe make this into like a 3x3 or a 2x2 or something like that, and set that up as the actual mine. Good, but that will be for later. Also, you might notice that the American outpost now also has a Texas outpost, and that is mostly due to the fact that I finally put a flamer fuel onto the train, and flamers are now being supplied on, I think, every wall except over here, because I was just lazy and I didn't do it over there yet. But we now got flamers on every wall. On the diagonal wall, putting on the flamers was a bit... well, we got there at the end, but it's not the best. We also have a plasma turret over here. I placed plasma turrets, I think 2 of them, in strategic locations. Mostly, usually where the artillery is, because if we start blasting things out there with the artillery, then they will of course go where the artillery is. And also this wall over here is kind of tiny. It doesn't really have a lot of guns in front of it, so I thought to myself, a plasma turret over here will probably also be good. Can belts of Tiberium pass through the Tiberium fences, or does it detonate the belt? That's a very good question, actually. I have not tried it out, but I'm pretty sure it will just go underneath the fences, because one is an item on the belt, the other is a ground resource feature, and I'm pretty sure that these over here only block ground resource features, so it should be fine. Good. We're also kind of exploring more military options over there, which is good. But most importantly, you can already see what's happening over here, is that we are just not getting enough artillery shells in. We got 0 in storage, and... motherfucker! What the hell, man? Yeah, we require more artillery shells. Here we go, another salvo, and 1 more on top. Alright. Good talking. There's also a little bit of damage going on this robot port, but it will be fixed over time, so don't worry about that too much. But yes, we will need to make more explosives, because more explosives automatically means more artillery shells. Artillery shells themselves are just explosive cannon shells combined with explosives, and explosive cannon shells are, well, explosives wrapped in steel and plastic. So, plastic is also a little bit of an issue. Our red circuit production has been going good again after we fixed up the coke and the carbon production over there. That's been going very, very well, and we're actually backed up on red circuits for once, which is absolutely amazing. Which means that blue science over there is no longer an issue. Green science is still a little bit of an issue. But, hello there, Profi-Spieler, how are you doing? But I have been busy a little bit in optimizing some of the other processes in here. I think the copper process update we already did on the stream over here. But then I also kind of optimized this part over there like a little bit. And I think I did another couple small optimizations here and there. Oh yeah, and also, most of the old base has been picked up. So, yes. And yes, explosions equals liberty, and liberty is more... but it's already open. Good. What? Did I not just kill you? What the hell? Because the error message for the full gorgeous goals not found? Oh, really? How did that just regrow on its own? Also, the bleeping will never stop. I've given up on the bleeping. But yes, you can already tell we require more artillery shells. I'm keeping an eye on you. Okay, you're definitely dead. maybe he had an extra life. Who knows? Good. May happen when you have 404,000 gorgeous gals. Yeah, we're not really using the channel points much, are we? I should do better with them, but at the same time, I don't really care about those channel points. I also fixed up the wall over here. This is now an extra sturdy, thick wall. Same for these walls over there. These also became, well, this wall over there became extra sturdy and thick because we had a little bit of an incursion incident over there, but that got fixed as well. But that is now all fine and done, which means we're going to be focusing on making more explosives. Now, we just got a tech in to make more explosives. There was one more explosive tech. Explosives. There we go. There was one more explosives tech, which is this one over there, making explosives out of toluene, sulfuric, and nitric. Sulfuric acid and nitric acid are not that hard to be made. Especially sulfuric, we got infinite of that, more or less. Toluene we need to take a look at, and nitric acid we probably need. It might make sense if we want to start making ourselves a dedicated nitric acid making machine. And we could make that right over here actually, because nitric acid requires ammonia, and ammonia requires one of the catalysts, and the catalyst requires some of the ores. And having like a good amount of nitric acid going around is probably a very good idea. So let's have a look at that. Let's start with some nitric acid, and I'm pretty sure that nitric acid is going to be done in a chemical plant. Nitric acid, there it is. Two ways of making it, either out of nitrogen dioxide gas, or there's another way of doing it. Alright, good talking. Yeah, he's definitely dead. Good. And ammonia requires sulfuric wastewater and carbon dioxide. Yep. Wait, ammonia requires sulfuric wastewater? Oh, if you want to do it by means of the algae, right? Let's have a look at that real quick. Ammonia, because there we go. It's all the way over there. We have not looked at the algae farm Mark IV, and sulfuric wastewater and carbon dioxide will make us 40 blue algae, or 2 blue algae per second. And then 2 blue algae per second, that goes into 0.66 per second, and we'll make about, that's not too bad, I kind of like that. That's definitely better than using any of the catalysts, because the catalyst stuff is always, I don't really like using my ores for catalysts. Because if one of those ores is kind of going a little bit low, then it'll not work. As the only use of blue algae, I think it's a great idea. But let's put down the rest of this real quick. So yes, you will need nitrogen dioxide gas. Nitrogen dioxide gas we can get from the monoxide requires a catalyst. Never mind. We will still require a catalyst. We will need the monoxide gas, and the monoxide gas we can make out of green metal catalyst as well as ammonia gas. And then on top of that, of course, we will need... Also, I kind of cleaned up my inventory. We're now trashing unrequested stuff over there, which just makes this so much nicer now. And then the green metal catalyst, we can place that down over there real quick. That will be this. Green metal is just silver and aluminum. We do have a lot of it, and I think it should be fine. Good. Let's just wait for this process to finish up. There's like another minute and 40 seconds, so give it a bit. Let's also see if we can put in any kind of productivity modules in any of these. We cannot. When do we actually get beacons? There they are. Oh. There's early beacons over there. It's all hidden behind crystal splinter processing. There we go. Not quite sure if we have enough of the packages for that, but let's give it a try. Alright, let's look at this recipe real quick. You require 1 catalyst every 2 seconds. You over there, you make 5 catalysts per second. But crafting speeds over here don't really align well. 1.37. 2 of these at the same time will be something like 2.7, 2.75, I guess. I think we can do this in a decent 1-to-4 ratio. So let's just pick this up real quick. There we go. You'll be actually, if we do a 1-to-4 ratio, oh good God, this will turn into a German structure, won't it? And we also need to feed you up a bit. We can feed you up with lobbing inserters, which we're probably going to do again. But everything else, it will probably require something like this. How about we flip you? We can probably make this happen, right? That'll probably be fine. The outputs are all the same. The inputs are the ones that are kind of slightly different. Kraxe! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Because we would have something like this. And we would have something like that. Alright, that could maybe work. Doesn't look too bad yet. I'm also kind of... I'm not stuck in here. Good. But we would require a couple of undergrounds everywhere as well. We can use longhand undergrounds for that. Alright, let's get some more space in there. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, you know what? Get rid of this pipe. Yeah, pop, 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 pop. Move you up, move you over. Move you over. We can use longhand inserters for this, it'll be fine. And now that we've got like a little bit more space, it suddenly becomes oh so much easier. Which means we're gonna do the enable reach modification over there. You go for there, you go for there, and we'll take this, then we rotate you around like that. There we go. Something like this. And just as a silly thought, lobbing inserters in the Pyron, consider how many ingredients or something it needs. Yeah, how about no? I'm pretty sure that Renite transportation is not the most UPS friendly thing. I could be very wrong about that, but at the end of the day, I love the lobbing. The lobbing is kind of fun, but at the same time, let's not overdo it. Here we go, especially once we get into lobbing trains. And then, how about you over there? And now, instead of becoming like an angry German building, it looks more like a Celtic knot. I like that way more. Alright, you over there. You over there. And you over there. Good. That's at least all these connections in. You do not need any kind of actual physical input except for the catalyst. Catalyst will then be in the middle over there, and of course we'll put in a bucket over there and a bucket over there. We might move these bucket around, but that will be the buckets that we're gonna need to insert the stuff for these machines. Alright, alright, that looks kind of neat. And then we are going to be making about 137 or 260, 265, well 264-ish, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 265. Per 2 of them, and then per 3 of them, it's going to be 265, that's going to be 510, 530. 530 of the mono oxide per second, right? Yes, there we go. Good. If your family tree looks like a Celtic knot, you might be a European reality. I'm pretty sure that's more like a circle. Alright, 530. Each one of these... Oh, wait. No, it's the other way around. Let's just say it's a 1-to-2 ratio. 530. It's a... Well, we can... If we put down 2 of these, it will be 110 per pop. And then we can put down a total of 10 of these. Alright, I'll guess 10 of these it will be. They do require a decent amount of oxygen, and also we would also need a little bit... Okay, the nitrogen we get out of our thingamabobs over there, out of these lads over there. Where are... There they are. Here, put you down real quick and start making the blue algae. What's being eaten? Nothing important. Nothing important is being eaten. The Celtic knots look self-contained. That's also very true. Alright, you make 4 algae per second, and then where do we turn the algae into a liquefier? Alright, let's get the liquefier out real quick. Liquefiers are over here, of course. And then you turn the algae into ammonia. So you require 2 algae per second. You make... Wait a minute. Oh, we're missing a step. We need to do this step in between. That's done in a standard assembly machine. Let's put the assembly machine over there. Where are they? There they are. So that requires about 4 algae per second to turn that into 2 of the... What are these? The blue cellulose fiber. This is more or less a 1-to-1, and this over here is also more or less a 1-to-1. So all in all, these 3 buildings together will make about 10 ammonia gas per second. Also, on the plus side, they're gonna eat quite a lot of pollution. This thing over here eats about 66.67 pollution per minute. I might just make that nitric acid building down here, so that we can get the pollution that's now coming from the new power plant over there a little bit better under control. Let's double check what's being eaten. Nothing important. Alright, alright. Let's turn this off because that's a ugly view. And let's put in ourselves over there. So Mikhail, hello there. Let's put down over there the production for the blue algae machine. Here we go. And we have all of that. The bigger question is... Yeah, I don't think we've got any of the other algae making machines automated yet. So we're gonna need those as well. So make the farm 1, make the farm 2, make the farm 3, so that we can make the farm 4, right? That's how that goes, right? That's exactly how that goes. So start making that. Also, fuck these trees. And recently, Megatron went very quiet. Is he okay? Yeah, I just need to fix him. I don't really need to fix him. I just kind of just don't want him around right now because most of the time he's just distracting. Nah, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. But he's still like in a state where I've not really put in any effort into him, and because I don't really put any effort into him, I don't really feel like he deserves to be around. That sounds kind of rude and kind of horrible, but that's just how it is. Also, if we build it all the way over there, you feel insulted? Yeah, that's you, mate. Can't do much about that. But it's like, if you've got like a project that's going on and you don't really feel too happy about it, I would rather just not have it around and do some more work on it and then get him around again, because at the moment he's just, I don't know. And we are distracting other not. Also, that is also very true. But yeah, nah, I want to put some more effort into him. Okay, we're getting these now. But that effort will take some time. I'm basically doing the same thing as Ubisoft. It's currently not in the workable state. We're pushing it back. Alright, alright, alright. You are and you're not bothered? Perfect. Alright. Good, but then the bigger question is, how much ammonia do we need for this entire process? Because... Ha! Oh boy. Whew. That's quite a bit of ammonia we need for these guys over there. Each one of these makes 10. Each one of these requires 82.5. So we will need 8 for all of them, and then 1 more. So we'll need a total of 32 of these to get that ammonia process going. It will suck up a lot of sulfuric wastewater. We do need to make a little bit of carbon dioxide, which we can easily do. Carbon dioxide, I think, is it just coal that we burn for carbon dioxide? Or is it coke? Carbon dioxide, we can also get it out of wood pellets, but I don't really care about that right now. Carbon dioxide, that's monoxide. Carbon dioxide is just out of coal. Good, 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 good. Alright, so... how about we do something like this? I like this. Because then we can do this, then we can do that, then we can also do this and that. Good. You get one over there. You get one over there. We are going to be using the medium electric pulse number 2 that we have unlocked recently. I guess we can do it like this and that. That'll be fine as well. And then the lamp over there, and the lamp over there. And then the only thing we need to do over here is supply this thing over here with sulfuric wastewater, which the power plant makes a lot of. How much should we make again over there? I think it's 600. So we can run 60 of these. We only need to run 32 of these. So that is all fine and good to go. There we go. Power plant will be over there. These trees over here are so dead, I'm pretty sure they don't do anything anymore. Also, that power plant sounds very hungry at the moment. They're going at full speed. Okay. We might have a power issue? Question mark? Oh, they're going at full speed because you are somehow off. Alright. And you are off as well because I turned you off. Which means we can do the following real quick. Yoink! That's not doing much. You're connected, right? Yes, you are. It's kind of surprising to see that these... I guess 2 of them will be running at full speed, and this one over there is just topping it up. Postpay, hello there. Why is everybody asking for Megatron today? Did I miss something? Alright, let's also do the better plastic and the better resin. Alright, it's balancing itself out. Good, but that's 3 of them. That'll be 5 of them. That'll be 10. That's 30 of them, right? Wait a minute. That's the 30 that we need. It was 30, right? It is 8 per pop over there. We need 32, actually. And then technically plus 1. But I think this will be fine. Also, can we just landfill this area? I did set up, I'm not quite sure if we did that on stream or not, or if we do that often. No, it's just a natural phenomenon. Alright, fair enough. But I did set up a small landfill making machine over here. There's not a lot of landfill in here. It will make landfill occasionally, but since I don't really want to plan into making like lots and lots of landfill, I think it's fine for now. Alright, let's also free these from the trees around them. Here we go. A little bit surprised to see that you kind of broke. That's actually not good. Why did you break? Because you should not really have any kind of reason to break. Oh, you broke because this over here was getting coke from the same supply as these guys over there. And not coke, tiberium, to make the coal and the coke that we need over here for the solid fuel. So what we need to do is... Well, those are gone. That's definitely one way of recycling resources. Just accidentally hook up your power pole to a bigger power pole and then just watch everything burn. But what we need to do over there is we need to split off a little bit more, and then that goes over there, that goes over there, and that is what we need all the way over there. Good, so that you at least make like a little bit of coke for this process, and then we can restart this process. Because I do want the oil process over here to be going. This power plant will be picking up sooner or later, but the oil process I want to keep going over there, mostly due to the fact that it does make the flamer fuel that we need for our front lines. So, yeah, let's make sure that this thing over here does not stop. Good, 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 good. Alright. And then we can supply one of these over there to... Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's mostly due to the fact that the artillery is firing again. But that's fine as well. Then we can make one of these over there. That does kind of... There is now one downside to this entire thing, because We're making, well, let's maybe just make ammonia over here. We could put the ammonia on the train and then bring the ammonia closer to here via a train or via a pipeline. I'm pretty sure that the ammonia is also going to be required for some other processes. It's used in a lot of processes, actually. It's gonna be used over there into tungsten smelting. That's gonna be important. Into ammonium deuranate in uranium processing. Into sodium cyanide processing. It's gonna be part of ammonium chloride gas, urea gas as well, monochloramine, hydrazine. Hydrazine is maybe also an interesting part later on. Ammonium nitrate production is going to be in. Yeah, I think it's a very good idea to just turn this over here into a pure and only ammonia production. And then we'll just make it like a train station, like right over there. Pick up the ammonia and then just send it off to wherever we need. Good. Let's do exactly that then. Alright, let's also make sure that we have a train connection over there then. Go straight through, and then how about we place you over there? And you over there. Alright, and then we go down. Train station will be over here somewhere. What's that? Was it just a tip for elevated rails? Alright, fair enough. I almost thought we were killing like a more advanced type of biter, but we were not. Ammonia deuranate? No, uranate. Not urinate, uranate. With an A. Alright, let's start building that real quick. Wait a minute. There's another problem over here. There's not a problem yet. But this place over here used to get power from the power plant, but if the power plant, of course, is gone... Yeah, we'll probably also have to rebuild this real quick. We might as well... Well, we are going to have a big ammonia making machine out there. And we do have a demand for nitrogen as a pure gas. Not really ammonia making, an oxygen making machine. So we might as well just rebuild that and maybe make it like a little bit bigger for the oxygen that we need. And then maybe export the oxygen if you would want to. But also prepare the export of the nitrogen. Alright, alright, alright. Good. I don't have train stations in my inventory yet. Yeah, it's about... Actually, wait a minute. We are calling them in, though, are we? Am I just being blind? I am being blind. It's right over there. Good. Pumps are also in. Excellent. Here we go. Let's put that down real quick. And then make sure that this works. That works. Excellent. And then... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's the size of our liquid trains, right? Don't worry about that. That is the size of our liquid trains. Excellent. Alright. Pick up you. Pick up you. We technically have a template for these already, don't we? We do. Passive provider templates. There we go. Alright. Don't do this then. Use the passive provider template. This will be the passive provider template for the ammonia. There we go. Ammonia providing train. Good. And we just move you over here real quick. Don't connect this. That would be like more or less suicide for that power pole. I think this might work. Oh. Apparently you do auto-connect over there. Let's also remove this and remove that and replace you with the tier 2 power pole. And the tier 2 power pole. There we go. Good. You go to there. You guns there. Perfect. Train station has power. We don't need this. Then we can use the same power all the way over there for this place. Good, that is resin done. Let's maybe not do any kind of special tech for alien plant life samples. Modules 2, that sounds like a fun part. How about we also put in the batteries, the Roboport parts over there for the better Roboports. Some personal equipment in there. There we go, that'll be fine. Just do some more tech, please. And get rid of these trees. Nobody likes trees over here. You will still require all of your supplies over there, which we can absolutely provide. How much power do they eat? Not a lot. And what happens if we put in a efficiency module in there? Will they produce less pollution or more? They'll produce less, right? We should put speed modules in them, right? I'm actually kind of curious. Wait a minute. Yeah, can you bring me like one of these? I just want to see how it behaves. Alright, we do got some sulfuric wastewater. That is sitting all the way over there. We can export that. Let's just put in a pump or two. And just grab it from over there. Where are my pumps at? There we go. You get the pump. You get the pump. You get the pump. And you get the pump. And let's find a nice spot where we can link them together. I guess we'll just push them down and we'll link them together all the way at the bottom. Yeah, that makes a little sense. Like all the way over here like this. The non-stop bleeping, man. And every time we need to take for like at least a little bit. The bleeping is also coming because we can't yet the artillery shooting again. So, yes. What the hell is that energy limit mod? That's the power overload mod, where you have to be kind of careful to not overload your power pulls. And I kind of like it. It does make it so that you have to kind of think a little bit more on your feet in how you want to set up things. And you need to plan a little bit better. And you can't really have your entire nuclear power plant, which is pushing out like 5 gigawatts of power, going through a single wooden power pole. That would be insane. Alright, and then we connect you up over there somewhere. I like this. And then we will also need a connection over there. You plan? A little bit. I estimate mostly. Estimation is my plan. Also, I noticed one thing that we are kind of missing over here, and that is inserters for these things. My plan was actually to insert this way and that way, but that will not work. But we can just do it around the corner. We can even use yellow inserters for this, because it does not need to be that fast, but we can just insert like this. There we go. Good. While we're here, let's grab ourselves the ammonia pipe. And connect over here somewhere. Also, just before the stream, I got an email from the Dutch consulate that my papers are ready, which means I have now yet another reason to go to Berlin again. And I will be going to Berlin on the day before TwitchCon. And I put in the entire planning for that just before the stream. And I was kind of surprised. The train ticket from my place all the way to Berlin will cost me 20 euros. That's for a 6-hour train trip, first class. 20 fucking euros. But the trip from Berlin to Rotterdam is 80. And I'm just like, what? How? How does this price come together? It makes 0 sense. Also, there's another thing we should probably research. Kick all of this out again. Sorry. There is something we can definitely do, which we have not been doing, and which is available to us, and that is freaking power armor. Kick all of this out. No. No. Do this, do that, do this, do that, do Tiberian military tree. Can't do that yet. There is also power armor Mark III, but power armor Mark III requires some kind of other tech, which we're not seeing yet. It probably requires orange and blue alien artifacts. Maybe we need to do the orange tech for that. Yeah, let's put the orange tech back in and it'll be fine. It's almost 8 and it's light out and it's just wrong. Wait, what? What lights out? Really wish there was a mod to let you queue things with all of the requirements. And there's a small problem with that, because we got also a mod installed that basically only shows us part of the research tree up to a certain level. I guess if we had a mod like that, lights outside. Oh, you mean it's light out? Sorry, okay, sorry. I thought it was like lights outside for like the light is off, but nah, it's still nice and bright. I'm looking forward to some warmer weather finally again, even though it is kind of freezing again over here, but that'll be fine. You know the sun? That thing that comes around every now and then? Yeah, I know the sun. Good. Alright. That's a better junction over there as well. What happened to the blue Tiberium? Panic? Oh, you know what happened to the blue Tiberium? Isn't that also connected to... Yep, the same... Oh, good God, panic! Quickly, get some blue Tiberium over here! We're running out of power! What we're building, destroying today, we're trying to make better explosives so we can make more artillery shells, so we can liberate more areas, so that we can just get more stuff done. Blue Tiberium, that is... Okay, get... Ow. Hot. Just send some down the road real quick. The power plant should still be fine for that, I hope. While we'll just try to fix what's going on over here. We'll need an output over there, I forgot how annoying you are. There we go. With a power pole over there. We don't have these power poles anymore. Power pole over there, and a power pole over there, and a power pole over there, and a power pole over there. And a power pole over there, which then also gets one of these over there. And then you go over there, and you go over there. And that will do at least that again. Here we go. You don't want the fucking mosquitoes to come out again? I mean, if you just overpressure your apartment the entire time, and you pull in air through like a filter, those mosquitoes won't even be able to come in. Alright, at least you still got some power going over there. Hot. Have this. Have that. There you go. You don't want warm weather because the mosquitoes. Yeah, that. It's time for a weird off-topic message. I guess I've scored this morning a fair Unfuchspass this year because of muscle memory. I used W40 instead of deodorant. The bigger question is, why do you have WD-40 next to your deodorant? Now, mind the blue Tiberium before it spreads. I'm not quite sure if it will actually spread over there, because I think it will only spread if there's a node next to it. But we should definitely get rid of it. There we go. That should work. Alright. That's going down now, and that's going down now. Good. More bleeps. Don't worry about the bleeps. The bleeps will be fine. Good. Alright, so we got the sulfuric wastewater down here. We sure do. The only thing we need over here is now some carbon dioxide. 2 ways for us to do so. I mean, we could just... Yeah, I mean, we could just tap into this place over there, make some carbon dioxide over here maybe, and just pump it down over there. Let's do that. Was it the cargo shelf when it was late? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I kind of remember that one time I was still in college and I was living alone for the first time. And thank you for the follow. And I knew I had still some schnitzel in my freezer. Like in the supermarket, you could always buy like this big bag of schnitzels. And I was kind of like, all right, I'm in the mood for some schnitzel for lunch today, so I'm gonna make myself some schnitzels. And I opened up my freezer, and I looked inside, and I found inside of my freezer a plate. And I was like, huh? Why is there a plate in my freezer? And then I opened up my cupboard, and where the plate used to be, there was now a bag of schnitzels. And apparently, I just kind of stored them the wrong way around. And I was just like, okay. Good morning. Good. Yeah, let's make another one of these. Say like right over there. When we turn this into more coal, we're just gonna tap in like a little bit of this. I mean, maybe we do need to put in like at least a speed module in one of these, so that one of these runs like a little bit faster. We don't really need this over here to be running at full speed. We can make up to 12 coal per second over there, which I think will be enough for the liquefiers that we need. But they're still edible? Well, since I put them probably in the cupboard the day before, because I also had schnitzel the day before, I was like, I'll just fry them up right now and just fry them through thoroughly, and it should be fine. And I'm still around, so I guess it was fine. Good. Alright. How about we place you over there? And you over there, maybe rotate you around, and rotate you around. Yeah, let's do this over there. You found the TV remote hiding in the fridge once or twice? I mean, it happens quite fast. You just don't pay attention and you put something like somewhere and then you go like, wait a minute. Why is that there? For example, currently I'm looking for my belt. I know I have it in my apartment somewhere, but I've got no clue where it is. I still have my backup belt, the older one, which is just kind of very rough around the edges, but it's good enough. But I know my belt is around here somewhere. It'll show up over time. Alright, you make up to 12 per second. You consume up to 1.5. This is 3, this is 6. It's 50% of what you make over there. This over here makes also a total of 150, 300 carbon dioxide per second. And we are going to need a little bit more than that. We're going to need 320. Let's just set this up as the full thing. And yes. And the belt is in the pants. And where the new pants is, the belt moves the pants. Yeah, up to that point where I, of course, put the stuff into the washing machine. And then, of course, the belt goes off. And I'm not quite sure. It should be probably somewhere in my bathroom. But I just don't know where. Could be anywhere. Well, doesn't work parts in weeks. I mean, that's the perk of being in home office. Or unemployed, whatever you want to call it right now. Alright, you do not connect over there. You try to connect over there. That will not work. Don't do this. I mean, why even wear pants? What's the point of wearing pants if nobody's looking at them? On break. Yes, I'm on break. Good. Excellent. And that will be the carbon dioxide that we need for our ammonia process down here. Pants keep help letting your legs warm. That's very true. Especially in these recent months, or in the month of April as always, where temperatures are optional. Got the pipe over there, we got the pipe over there. Alright, that will help with the ammonia process. Good. But choking pants don't need a belt? Exactly. How are you missing power? There you go. Wait, what? Ah. Oh, because we upgraded them, didn't we? There we go. That's good to go again. Good. The only thing that's missing is... well, a little bit of power over there, apparently. That's kinda stupid and unfortunate. But these are running now. Good. And that means we're now making ammonia. Not a lot. About 320 per second. That is actually quite a lot. Did the underground trick? The underground trick? Nah, this should be fine. Alright. Ammonia is coming in. Good. And we're mainly doing ammonia over there so that we can start doing the process for making more nitric acid. And once we make more nitric acid, we can make more explosives. Once we make more explosives, every biter will fucking die. Alright, also pick up this guy before we accidentally run you over. Good, good, good. Yeah, and the old base over there, the only thing that's left in the old base over here is like this big chest of bricks, which will probably sit there forever. Take an inverted underground belt access, unload the side directly onto that, and then load from the other side of the belt space from space to the T. Wait, what? For what exactly? Oh, you mean over there? Yeah, that's fine. Good, 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 good. Alright, you require ammonia. You also require green metal catalyst. Green metal catalyst requires silver and aluminum, which we have over there, which will come in via Bouncy Castle. On top of that, we are gonna need a whole bunch of oxygen over there. And on top of that, we're gonna need a couple of these as well. So we already know that we're making about, what did we say, 520? 530. 530 over there. Is it 530? It's 247. That is going to be 260, 275, 550. We're making 550 of the monoxide, and that's exactly 10 of these. So it's a 4 to 10 ratio or a 2 to 5 ratio. I like that. That also sounds like the correct ratio. Can we just get this in somehow? And also, do you need anything else? The only thing that you need over there is a metric ton of oxygen, which we can, let's just put you, say, over there, and you over there, and that's going to be 4, and then that's going to be 5 over there, and 5 over there. It's a bit of a wide approach, but I guess we're going to be making an oxygen machine over there, and an oxygen machine over there, to just hook them all together. That'll be fine. Let's maybe also make sure that... yeah, we're gonna do something like this and that. And we're gonna do something like this and that. Alright, put you over there. Put you over there. Good. And then you, and you. Don't need these. Don't need those, and that's all of them connected now. There we go. Good. Alright, that will make the nitrogen dioxide. It is a 1-to-1 conversion. No, it's an upgrade. We're gonna make so much nitrogen dioxide out of this. On top of that, you over there, you eat 137 nitrogen dioxide. You make 137 dioxide. Perfect. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. And then just add purified water. We are next to a little lake over there. We can purify for some water real quick, and then we will be fine. Good. Good, 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 good. How much purified water do we need? Quite a lot. That'll be fine. And then for the output, the only thing we need to worry about over there is the single output over there for nitric acid. There we go. And there we go. Love it. Alright, put some power poles around. Good. Put some power poles around over here. Something like that. Good. And now comes the question, how much oxygen do we need? It's 82.5 per second for these over there. That is 825 per second. And then it's another 220 in total over there. So that is 825, 845, 1045 oxygen per second. Okay. We can get oxygen over there by just splitting air separation over there. Which will make us 68.7. And what do we say? We need 1040 odd-ish. So 10 of these will be 68. 20 of these... I'm thinking about 20 of these. Because I do want to make like a little bit of extra oxygen, because other things over here could probably also require oxygen. And also all the nitrogen gas we can then also export yet again over here. That's also the other reason why we're a little bit close over here. So that we can also then get rid of this build, because this build over here is also no longer really working. How are you still getting power? Where are you getting power from? Okay, fair enough. Good, but that then does mean that we need to put down ourselves some of these. Where are they? They should be here, right? There they are. How is this for a ratio? So you make 75 per second. You eat 137.5 per second. 2 of these will be 265. 275, I can count. And 275 is still not really divisible by 75. 550 is also not really divisible by 75, is it? No. But let's maybe just get a little bit more of an approximation in there. So it's actually more a 1 to 2, a 2 to 3. I think it's more a 3 to 2, isn't it? This over here is 225. This over here would require 265. That is still not enough. Let me just get the calculator out real quick, because that will make this a little bit easier. Good. So it's 137. My numpad is not working. Now it's working. Alright, I guess it would be 137 times 75. That would be the big right. It's been a while since I did the actual formula for this. Now, let's do 137 and divide it by 75, because then we know exactly that's going to be 1.8 per one of these. Alright. That is good. And then we know how much oxygen we want to make, at least. The minimum amount of oxygen we wanted to make over there was 825 plus 220. That is 1040. But let's maybe go for like a little bit more. What is your output? Your output is like 68. Alright. 1000. Let's just go for like 1200. And divide that by your output. That's going to be like 68.5. 0.7. That will mean we need about 17.4 of these. And then... oh, that's the amount of machines that we need. Yes. Alright, 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 alright. And then we multiply that by the ratio of 1.82. It would be something like a 17.5 to 31.7 ratio. We could do an 18 to 32. 18 to 32 is both divisible by 2. So it's a 9 to 16. Yeah, that seems about correct, isn't it? Can't really do much more than that, but it's a 9 to 16. So 9 of these to 16 of those. We can do something like that, because if it's 16 of these, we could at least do something like this, that, and then that, this. 16. To 9. Good, 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 good. That should work. It's not going to be here, but we'll just build it up here real quick. And then, of course, another bracket over there. Another bracket over there. And then these are a bit too tied to each other. We can probably make this happen, right? Let's get rid of these again. It's going to be something like you, and you. Get rid of these. And then you have more output on the top. And then we can do this, and we can do that. That'll make it a little bit easier over there. We don't need you. We don't need you. Excellent. And 9 to 5. Now it's a 9 to 16, right? Let's calculate again. Yeah, so this is 150, 300, 1,200. And 9 of these. 10 of these will be 1,370. 9 of these will be less than that. That'll be fine. This looks like a proper ratio. And also, this seems to be somewhat nice to build. Let's see. Only thing I'm not quite sure is where the power poles will be. I mean, we can place one over there. Oh, that's too far. All right, one over there, one over there, one over there, one over there, one over there. And I guess we do this, and we do that, and then it looks kind of nice. With a lamp over there, and a lamp over there, and a lamp over there. Good, that's gonna be one of the 2 oxygen units. We're gonna need 2 of these. Which we could just place like 1. How about we place like 1 right over here in alignment with this power pole over there? 1 over there. And then we take this entire thing over there. Flip it around. You over there. And take this entire thing again. And now we find a home for you. How about right over there? How about right over there? How about... What do we need? We need the ores from over there, and we need a little bit of water from over there. So, how about we just place you... I guess V will be fine, right? It's gonna be over there. Good, 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 good. Alright, nitric acid making machine. Also, we got a train station down over here, which used to be sulfuric acid, which I think is no longer really in use. Which is also a bit of an issue, because this is still the main place where we get our sulfuric acid from. So, let's at least make it so that... Not you, this we no longer need. But let's make it at least so that the station over there is operating again. We could do with some ammo over here. Ammo train. What the fuck, man? Go down over here. That's the wrong place to go. Fuck. Well, go there for now. Good. Go back home. Needs to be over there. Wrong place. Bum, 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 bum. That's where it to be. Alright, alright, alright. Let's have a power pull over here somewhere. That should be a great distance for you to go into there, and you to go into there. There we go. They got power now. I think we're still missing some lamps here and there. Good. Alright, oxygen. Let's connect it all up. I don't think we need you over there. Oxygen needs to go over there. And oxygen needs to go over there. Oh, that's lovely. I fucking love that. Also, with the oxygen being red as this, it kind of looks like this pipe over there is incorrectly connected, but that is not correct. The pipe is not too long, the oxygen is just red. Good, that is all the oxygen connected that we need. Excellent. We will also be connecting the oxygen and the nitrogen to this train station all the way down over there. So let's make ourselves a little bit of a pipe path downwards over here somewhere. Starting from, say, over here. And then over there, we'll fix the rest of that in a second or two. Where the nitrogen, let's see. Let's connect the nitrogen over here via the bottom. There we go. Which then also means that we can connect the nitrogen over here on the side. There we go. And then we can also connect the nitrogen over here on the side. Good. Which also means that we can connect the nitrogen over here going outwards for there. You go for there, and you go for there. You go down by one. There we go. I'm out of pocket pipe, so let's do this. Good. Nitrogen is on the left side, and everything else is on the right side. Oxygen is red, so it should be on the right side. If we use that mnemonic. And I guess we then take the corner over there. And I realize that this is one too long. I need the pipe. There it is. And then, amazingly, it's exactly the same way as it should be over here. This setup over there will no longer be in use. But we probably still want to at least empty it out. So we're just gonna discontinue all of this, all of that, all of this, all of that. No more venting. That can stay, I guess. But we're gonna have to put a pump or two in there. You pump that out from over there. That is your nitrogen. And the oxygen over there. We can connect you up like this. You go over there, and you go over there. No more this. More of that. It's always so disconcerting if you pick up a grenade like this and you hear like the pin pull and the spring clip, and you just go like, wait a minute. Excuse me. Good, so that we can now empty out those things over there as well. And then once they're empty, we're going to be picking up this entire thing over there. Good, we got some flickering over there, which means we'll need to put down a power box thingamajig over there. That'll help you out. Excellent. And all in all, this looks pretty good. We got the oxygen in here. We still need the purified water in here. Let's do the purified water real quick. We'll need a bit of purified water. That will be coming in from over here. Let's place them down here somewhere. Let's put down 2 for now. These make up to 200 per pop. And we need 68.7. That is again, what is it? Not 130, that is 135. Let's just say it's 135, 68. 65 is 130, and then 0.25, yeah, that's 135. 270, 540, and then 575, 675. So it's going to be 8 of these. Not 8 of these, 4 of these. Because we need 800. Maybe place them on top? They would fit on top like this. Sure, place them on top. Because then we can place you over there, you over there. The saline water, we're just gonna magically void away because we don't really care about saline water. Let's move you back by 1. So it looks a little bit cleaner. Actually, we could move you over there because... Can we move you over there? That'll work. Because we are going to need one of these, like right over there, for the saline water. Good. And maybe move you over in the middle one more. There we go. That's still the middle. That's the middle. And then you over there. I like that a little bit more. Alright. Power over there. Power over there. Power over there. Rocket fuel? No, nitric acid. That's what's being eaten. Nothing important. Nothing important is being eaten. Alright, you got ammo again? Yes, you do. Mr. Power Pole? Yeah, over here, right? But it feels kinda... Oh, this one over there. I thought I placed it. Yeah, now it looks a little bit more even. I guess I got distracted by the bleeping. Good. Now, mostly nitric acid over here, so that we can make tons and tons and tons of explosives. And whatever else we need nitric acid for. Alright, how much water do you need? It's 300 per pump, and one of these offshore pumps does 1,200. This is a perfect fit. Ah. Alright, 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 alright. Little nitric acid build. Only thing that's missing over here is the input over there for these buckets. There they are. That'll be you. Let's filter them. One of them will be aluminum. And the other will be silver. Could technically also just not throw them in there. But no. Not throwing them in there is not an option. I mean, we could just pull the belt in over there and then just direct insert them. No, they're gonna get lopped. Alright. We only got like a half and half belt for silver and stuff like that over here somewhere, right? Because we're technically already doing this process. Yeah, it's over there. Practically, we're just not using it too much. How about we extend you? And let's use red belt for this. Alright. This way, that way, this way. Not like that. Let's go back a step. Where do we need to be? We need to be over there. Alright, so where are we? We're over there. Pum 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 pum. Alright, now we're over here. Don't like that either. Let's go further down. That'll be fine. Perfect. I like it. Good. Good, 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 good. We also missing a lamp in here. Excellent. Only thing that's missing over here is going to be some of these catalyst carriers. Let's not trash unrequested 4 bits. We're going to have to make a couple of these. How many do we need to make? 3, 6, 9, 12. Plus, however you can carry, 20. So, technically up to 32. But I'll just make 30. That should be fine. And they're made out of iron and steel, I think. I'm pretty sure they're made out of iron and steel. Let's just pick up some iron and some steel real quick. There's some iron. Boop. There's some steel. Boop. And then catalyst carriers. 1, 2, 3. We make them at 10 per pop. Good. Have these. There's still 12 in the output, and then the only thing we're missing over here is now the ammonia gas. Alright, and the ammonia gas, it will be a bit of a short trip, but the ammonia gas will be coming in via a train. Let's maybe connect this one over there. With you over there, and you over there. Good. And then we're just gonna have to make a better train station over here. We can do that in a second. That's one corner in. That's 2 corners in. Alright, alright. And then to get the train station in here, I'll guess it will be... Does GF7 have power poles now too? No, she only dances on them. But you have to be paying very much attention to see her dance on the power pole. I guess it can be over here. Alright. Ammonia. There we go. That'll work. Oh, we're off by 1. Fuck. Alright, let's try this one more time. Liquid requester. Let's place you maybe over here. Ammonia. And we can pull these out again. I like that. Go like this. It'll be fine. Good. You get one over there. 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 And that's all we need. We no longer need this. This one we could reuse. There we go. And you heard the honk right away. That's actually kind of neat about the honk bot. You can just immediately tell if a train goes, or a train connection is lining up once you set it up like this. Good. And that's the ammonia we need for... Where do we need it for? We need it over here, right? Yes, over here. And now, how do we connect you with you? I guess we come in via the bottom over here? Sure, why not? That would be the perfect connection, but there's a train track in the way, so we go over here. You over there, and you over there. Good. And then, technically, we would need some kind of a nitric acid station next. Well, let's wait for the train to come in first. So the train should be down there. Ah, what happened? That's correct. You should be able to go here. You should be able to go there. You should be able to go here. You should be able to go... I see. We're missing this signal. And you're on the wrong side. There you go. Here he comes. Nitric acid en masse. Love it. Also, let's check up on this thing real quick. Oh, good God, are you loud? Yeah, the efficiency module actually does make it so that it will eat less pollution. But we kind of just put in these over here so that we have like this pollution-eating wall again over there. But I'm not quite sure how effective that will be. We'll have to see. Alright, technically we got now, not really infinite, but like lots and lots and lots of nitric acid available over here. We probably also want to put the nitric acid over here onto a train track. We could make probably the best, worst train track ever. By just doing something like this. That. This. Double check what's being eaten. Nothing important. Orihara, hello there. Make a liquid providing station somewhere over here. That's the requesting station, providing station, somewhere over there. For nitric acid, there it is. If I think each of them eats 1.1 per second, you mean pollution? They eat a lot more in terms of pollution. They eat about 66.666 units of pollution per minute. Okay, per minute. That is about 1.1 per second, that is very true, but everything of pollution over here is measured in minutes. Because these over here, for example, make 20 per minute. Each one of these eats 3 of these. And we got a total of 160. And we got 32 over there, so that's 96. Yeah, it will not be able to come to eat the entire pollution it's making, but it's reducing it by half. So, should be fine. There we go, and then of course you get one over there, and then we're gonna get this magic path over there, with you over there, you over there, and you over there. And you over there, and you over there. Good. Best train line ever. And actually, good technically connected up over there now. Or maybe just why not connect it all the way over there? Sure, why not? I'm waiting you over there. You over there. Flip flop. What is this? That's the... Oh, perfect. We connect over there. That's the old outpost station. That's no longer in use because we're no longer running that. Pipes failed to connect? Yeah. My bad. Good. You get this, you get that, you get this. This is now no longer a station. Entrance over there is fine. Yep. This is no longer a station, this is now a shortcut. But then we will also need to quickly check if everything in here is going the correct way. This is an entrance. This is only an entrance. Here we go. That's two-way path. Two-way path. Pum pum pum. That could work. This is only an exit. Here we go. That's two-way path, and then we're into the two-way path segment over there. Now, that does mean that this station over there we can only access from the south side. That's fine. I don't really care much about that. Unless we make a weird roundabout over here. No. Nah, it's fine. But what we should do is connect up this with exit over there. Good. Perfect. Love it. And actually, wait a minute, these are entrances and these are exits, so you're not allowed to enter, you're not allowed to enter. Good. Good to figure out why your base stopped working and everything finally backed up. Can't have better than built up more. Alright, let's just make sure that the walls are still fine. That looks good, that looks good as well. Sort of the pollution, because that overview is just a slightly bit of annoying. Alright. So we can now provide over here nitric acid, if we of course connect the outputs to it. There we go. This is not fast. Thank you so much for the prime sub, mate. Good. So with this, we now have nitric acid more available than before. Nitric acid is the one thing we need, of course, over here for explosives. There's another thing we quickly need to do, and that is the making of sulfuric acid. We are making sulfuric acid over here as well, right? Yes, we are. But we're not exporting this. No, we are exporting it. Never mind. Thank you, pass me. Let's just upgrade these real quick. We could probably also start thinking about making more sulfuric acid over here as well. We have the capabilities for that. We might just do that real quick. Because we will always need sulfuric acid. I'm a little bit concerned that you stopped working over here. What happened? You're out of oxygen. Oh, are we backing up on nitrogen? Yes, we are, of course, because the output over there is backed up. That is correct. We will still need the logic over here to occasionally start venting nitrogen. And let's put that logic all the way down over here where the station is. The bleeping. Will the bleeping ever stop? Probably not. Good. 5 and 5. One for you. One for you. That's too close. I was kind of thinking we could just pipe out this way and pipe out that way, but then the pipes will connect. Boo. But I guess we can do it like this and that. Rotate you around, rotate you around. That's still connected, that's still connected. Yes, yes, yes. We also need to pipe it out. So, distance of 2. Distance of 2. With the main difference, of course, being... Wait a minute. How fast do you guys over here evaporate stuff? If you do end up evaporating stuff. You do it at the rate of 200 per second. That's good to know. We will need a stronger pump for that then, because the pump we have available right now only does 600 per second. And we need a pump that's like a little bit faster than that. There are pump upgrades, which we are just not doing yet, because we just never made them. But we can make a pump Mark II. We should have all the parts for that, and the tech for that. A pump Mark II pumps up to 1200, and I'm not quite sure if we already have it or not, but I'm just going to put in the tech for the pump Mark III as well. We don't have that yet, that's good to know, but at least now it's in. But you get one over there, and you get one over there, pum pum. Connect up like this, and connect it up like that. And since it's a little bit more than that, we can add one more over there, and we can add one more over there. Good, but these pumps over here will only work under certain conditions. Where does your power come from? Where does your power come from? That's a good question. I guess you're getting a new power connection then. Because we no longer need this on the top. That's no longer required. Alright, with you over there, and with you over there. That should connect up everybody. Let's not start the pump action yet. We're gonna be wiring together, of course, with a red wire, because we don't want to mix the signals, these two together. You go over there. Actually, you don't go into there. We'll need a specific set of conditions for that. 1, 2. 1, 2. You go into there, and you go to... Oi. Don't go into the girlfriend. We can't wire up the girlfriend. Alright, what will the conditions be? Well, the conditions need to be 2. This one over there is going to be venting oxygen. When do we vent oxygen? Oxygen? Here we go. Let's just put in these real quick. Nitrogen. And put you over there real quick. And then we just copy paste you over for a second. When do we end up venting either? Well, that's going to be straightforward. We're going to be venting oxygen if our nitrogen is almost capping out. And our oxygen is less than 100,000. That's when we're going to start venting... That's the wrong way around, right? That's when we start venting nitrogen. Alright. So that goes over there. And we're going to start venting oxygen in the opposite order. If this is above 340,000 and this is below 100,000. That's when we're going to start venting oxygen. So that we can always make oxygen and nitrogen. But we're only going to start venting it if we can't store it anymore. And if we really end up needing it. Well, that is going to be the vent for this part. But that's only when these tanks are full. What do we do over here if the pipe is full? Because this vent over there will only start if we can't fill up any of these tanks. Maybe we need another condition over here. And we can maybe do that with an inline tank real quick. Pum 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 pum. Inline tanks over there. One over there, one over there, you over there, you over there, and you over there. Let's give this another set of conditions. Maybe not with the red wire, with the green wire this time around. Let's make sure that this is going to be the conditions for the red wire. And then these are the conditions for the green wire. We can already turn you around, Actually, we can't. That was a bit hasty, but it'll be fine. You're only going to be activated if the tick is on. You're only going to be activated if the tick is on as well. Good. What will the other set of conditions be? Well, the other set of conditions is going to be if we're going to be venting nitrogen. It's going to be the same condition, but in smaller, isn't it? Because we always want to be able to make oxygen. We probably don't necessarily want to be venting nitrogen. We probably don't want to be venting oxygen if the pipe is full. We might want to be ending up venting nitrogen. So we're going to get another set of conditions for here. This time for the other connection. Nitrogen und Oxygen. On the green wire. Perfect. And if nitrogen is above, say, 19,000, and oxygen is below, say, 1,000, but then we are also going to be venting nitrogen. But that should not mean that this place over here should be working, right? Of course it isn't. But it's not because we're backed up by oxygen, we're backed up by nitrogen. Alright. But that is... Wait a minute, what? Oh. Oh! There we go. There was a single pipe missing over there. I see. But it should still be doing the same. The bigger question, of course, now is, will we be able to vent enough? And I think the answer for that is definitely a yes. Alright, let's see if this now becomes a little bit better. There's quite a bit of flickering still going on over here. I think you need a couple more accumulators. Alright, oxygen is going lower and lower and lower. Let's wait for this over here to reach the critical limit. And then the other side should start to vent. Which it doesn't. Because I'm an idiot. Good. And we also get a little bit of flickering over here. So let's also put some accumulators in over here. Let's maybe put them right over here. But no, these things. There we go. There we go. So that this place over here can keep on operating. Alright. You're doing fine. I think we need to raise this limit like a little bit. Let's go down to like 5,000. Intertube! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to probably the worst train system we have seen in quite some time, because we've got stations like this now. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. That's how train stations go, right? Good. Intertube! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why? Because we're building very much like a spaghetti base over there. That's why. Guys, we just got rated by Intertube. If you do not know who Intertube is, go check him out for yourself, because he's an absolute expert about playing around with trains. There he is. And he did some Captain of Industry today, which we have not picked up the update 4.1 yet. I'm still waiting for the update 5, because we played it only recently. But once update 5 comes around, we're probably going to be doing a little bit more of Captain of Industry again, and I'm already looking forward to it. Good. Currently, we're working over here on making more nitric acid, and this is a big nitric acid making machine that makes nitric acid out of ammonia, which is coming from over here from this blue algae farm, which requires sulfuric wastewater as well as carbon dioxide, which are both byproducts we can make over here from our power plant. So our power plant over there is very good at making the byproducts that we need. to keep the ammonia production going. The ammonia will be picked up via a train over here. There we go. We can now also technically upgrade these pumps, right? There we go. Make them faster. So that we can fill up this train with ammonia gas a bit faster. It will then take the short route all the way over there, where it will drop off the ammonia over there. And then from over there, it will be going over here into this big oxygenation facility over there, which will turn oxygen gas as well as ammonia into nitrogen monoxide gas, together with a bit of a catalyst. The monoxide will then be turned into dioxide. The dioxide will then be turned into nitric acid. There we go. And hey there, Dominion. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow as well. Alright. And in the meantime, we're kind of trying to figure out what we need to do for the Power Armor Mark III. That's the Frost Armor, that's the Power Armor. There's the Advanced Power Armor, which I guess comes out of Fallout. Where's this coming from? Oh, that's from Tiberium Dawn? Alright. There's Power Armor Mark III, there's Frost Power Armor Mark II, there's another Power Armor Mark III. Alright. Ah, there we go. To make the more advanced power armor over there, we will need to do efficiency modules Mark III and speed modules Mark III. And for that, we need to do this stuff. Let's see how far we can get with this. But technically, we can make a set of power armor now. There we go. We have almost all the parts for that. The only thing we don't have is the speed modules Mark II and the efficiency modules Mark II. And to make those, we will need to put in blue speed circuit boards and green efficiency circuit boards. And blue speed circuit boards will start eating up our rubies, as well as a polished blue crystal splinter, which we have not taken a look at, as well as a polished green crystal splinter, which we also have not taken a look at. So I guess there's still more crystal stuff we need to do as well. But we'll figure that one out as we go. The main objective right now is to make more explosives. And we got a great recipe for better explosives over here, which is toluene, sulfuric acid, and nitric acid. Sulfuric acid is already something we don't really have an issue of making. We got tons of that. Nitric acid we now also got tons of. And now the big question is how can we make toluene the most efficient? So, toluene. Let's look for it. Toluene, there it is. Toluene is a product that we can make out of naphtha with a green metal catalyst. Green metal catalyst, even though it is silver and aluminum, is not too bad to do. And making it straight out of naphtha together with some hydrogen is maybe the best way to do that. Alternatively, there's also advanced medium gas fractioning, which we can already do by taking natural gas liquids and some residual gas, which will make us like a little bit of toluene on the side. Could be an option. Or the catalytic benzene gas to toluene, which also requires green metal catalyst, but will require benzene gas and chloromethane gas. It will make some hydrogen chloride gas, which I think is just a catalytic cycle over there with the chloromethane gas, because this over there is probably just, no, this is chlorine gas. Okay, never mind. But that will then also make toluene. But to be perfectly honest, making it straight out of naphtha is probably the best way to do that. Bring in some green metal catalyst, bring in some naphtha, make some hydrogen on the side, and then cook it up into toluene liquid. Sure, why not? Why not? Why not indeed? And we have a sulfuric acid providing station over there, which will still be providing acid until this tank over there is empty. But we could just flip this thing around into a sulfuric acid requesting station. Then we have sulfuric acid over there. Nitrogen acid over there. The naphtha we could get from over here once we fix and restart this system, which we can actually do via remote now that I think about it, because we just need to turn you off, we need to turn you off, and we need to turn you off, and then we need to turn you on and make sure that you have a power connection, as well as turn you on and make sure that you have a power connection. And this one over there will turn on. Do we have a connection for you? I think there used to be a connection. I think I deleted that at some point in time by accident. We can make you a new connection. Yep. You live over there, and then you live over there, and then we have to wait for that to come in. Actually, wait a minute. You are already getting power from somewhere. Oh, it's because of these guys over there. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Alright, let's just wait for this over here to re-enable itself. Let's give it a little bit of time, and then we turn these power poles back off, and then we turn those back on again, and then it should be good to go again, which I think we can already do, by the way. Well, except over there, I guess. Maybe. Still make neat. Alright, you get some more power again. Actually, you were never connected even. Wait a minute. I'll be fine. Alright, let's these recover over there. And over there, we'll just throw in some fuel real quick. And then that will be fine. But then we can get the naphtha from over there. Cook it up into toluene with the same catalyst we're doing over there. We already got the belt for that over there as well. So we don't need to add another belt for that either. And then we got all the parts over there to make like a whole bunch of explosives over there. And then those explosives, they're also close enough to the ball that we can just fly them over via a bot. And once we fly them over via a bot, we can then start turning them into more artillery shells. Here we go. Heat up this place real quick. Come on. Come alive again. Got some more dildos to put into the power plant. Still got some condoms we can burn. Alright, alright. 479. Minimum temperature is 460. Are you not getting any water? You're not getting any water. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I think I cut that at some point in time. Because I did some rigorous cutting over here of connections. Alright, let's have a look. Your water pipe is over here. Your water pipe is over there. Your water pipe is over there. Over there, over there, over there. And then... we cut some stuff over here. Yeah, you can heat this place up as much as you want. If there's like no water to drive the boilers, then nothing will work, of course. So there were 2 errors. Good. We also can't do this research anymore because we just don't have the parts for it. So either we need to go out there again and find ourselves some more of those gardens, or alternatively we need to set up garden production. Either way, it's something we need to do at some point in time. In the meantime, what is a fun thing we can research real quick? I guess if we're already going to explosives, let's go back into high explosive tech over there. And we can also, of course, go into figuring out what the bleeping is doing the entire time. We can also do all of the alien artifact processing. I did kind of notice something about the alien artifact processing. Each one of these makes a liquid, except the blue one. The blue one goes straight into cobalt steel, which is a little bit annoying, because then we don't have that naturalization element, where we can just ignore quality and turn whatever kind of quality into a liquid first, and then from over there back into an item. But for blue artifacts, which makes the great armor-piercing ammo, that will sadly not work. A compost fertilizer plus water plus garden, only 1,000 seconds. Yeah, it's gonna be a slow process, but the sooner we set it up, the sooner we can just start producing it and then pick it up whenever we need to. It's definitely meant to be a slow process. Alright. What the fuck is bleeping now? What kind of vile acid is over there that just constantly keeps eating my stuff over there? Well, so be it. Alright, but either way, the ore refinery over here is working again, and we do need to look for something over here that will consume naphtha over there. So, yes, also we have now made the tech for high explosive bullets. Wait a minute, what? High explosive bullets? That's cannon shells. There we go. Piercing rounds, copper plate, and explosives make high X bullets. Wait a minute, what was the other thing over there? Did I see that correctly over there? Oh, high explosive weapons. Okay, I thought it was something else. There's another make 2 out of 1 recipe, which is much faster. Yeah, we'll check it out later. Alright, about those high explosive bullets. That's these for here, right? There we go. They just do explosive damage. I mean, explosion damage is pretty neat. Incendiary magazines. Bio magazines. That's a lot of poison damage. Okay, that's just different atomic bomb recipes. I thought we get an atomic bomb Mark III, but... Ancient ruination weapon. Voidium 666. Mortar heavy shell. Deal high physical damage to a small area, has a very long range and long cooldown period. Oh, that's kind of neat. I never really thought about that. That ammo could technically also have a range modifier. A modifier. That's kind of neat. Mortar shrapnel shells. Mortar energy shells. Mortar illumination cells. Illumination damage bonus +5. Illumination damage bonus at night +30%. Light up an area to provide damage bonus on the illuminated targets. Illumination damage bonuses does not stack. We should probably put these in our mortars. Because the mortars currently more have the fact that they kind of cause friendly fire, which I don't mind too much because they also trigger all of those mending walls to start healing. But at the same time, this is rather cheap to set up and then just drop some of these around. Divinu! Hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a good thing the game doesn't let you mix ammo types in the magazine. Imagine having an magazine to manage 3 AP rounds, then 1 tracer round, and then rinse and repeat. Oh yes. And then also put a high X round in there for good measure. Then a slap round, then an incendiary round, then a radioactive round. Then put in one backwards. Because you can. Tiberium rounds, of course. Now that we got more better Tiberium, we could start thinking about that. Because this Tiberium field over there, it's turning a little bit blue over there. I've not really put in the cannons yet to take care of blue Tiberium. For now, I kind of want to manage it by hand. And just take out the blue by hand once it starts spawning. I think that was all the blue in there, right? Because for now, I kind of just want this field over here to just keep on growing. And once this field over here is like a little bit recouped and it's fully fledged again, then we can start thinking about if we want to mine it again. And you're supposed to add 1 extra offshore thingamajig. For which one? If you mean for these have been fine the entire time. I don't think we need an extra offshore pump over there. I think they're connected to this one, or that one, or this one. Actually, these are already all connected. Yeah, they're fine over there. Don't worry about that. Nitric acid is now also full, so that'll be fine as well. Good, so let's make that Halloween stuff then. Okay, it's a gap on the belt. I thought it was something else. Also, you cleaned up this area. Thank you so much for that. For the new gases. For the new gases. You mean these over here? This one is fine, because this one can supply you. They don't need anything extra. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you are referencing. Good. Either way, let's make some explosives. And where do we do that? Talloween. I guess we do that in the tracking unit. Let's have another look in here. No, it's not in the chemical plant. Alright. Chemical plant it is. Boop, boop. Talloween. I don't see it right away. Unless it's... that's benzene to toluene. There it is. Of course, the product you want to make is this small little icon. The product you make it out of is the big icon. Not quite sure if that's how that's supposed to be. But that is fine. Green metal catalyst, naphtha, and hydrogen. You need 137 hydrogen per second. We can get hydrogen quite easily out of... and one offshore pump can pump 74,000 water per minute. And yeah, the purified water pickup station to your game last night, and you ratioed your boilers and cooling to the towers and such. Yeah, you can do that. We're looking for the electrolyzers. There they are. One electrolyzer, please. Because that's, of course, the easiest way to make ourselves some hydrogen gas. You make 30 per second. You require 137.5 per second. That's a 4.5-ish to 1 ratio. Alright. You will also be making 137 toluene per second. The other process is definitely done in one of these. That's where the explosives process Mark III is in. And one of you requires 37.5 toluene per second. That's a 4 to 1 ratio. And then we would also be making about, what is that? 4.59 explosives per second. I think that will be fine. Also, bleep, 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 bleep. Then again, you can't never have enough explosives. Let's double it up. And I guess we can start building it. Yeah, that's where we're going to be making the explosives. 1, 2, 3. Good. Damn, let's get some pipes in there. How are we doing today? Doing good, mate. Doing very good. By the way, the sponsored stream for tomorrow, for Anno, is sadly cancelled. It will be postponed by a week. Because the entire Anno DLC release has been postponed by a week. As they found a safe corrupting bug in the game. And because of that, they were like, alright, we'll release it like a week later. Which also means that I get access a week later. Also, I'm stuck. There we go. Which doesn't really matter too much in my opinion. And I'm glad that they at least do something like that. Because of course, having something like a safe corruption coming out like on the day you want to play would be way, 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 way worse. Here we go. Pum, 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 pum. We can use some red inserters for this. Here we go. Here we go. This should be enough for explosives for quite some time. That's gonna be the plan. Alright, power pole, power pole, power pole, power pole, power pole. Let's put some lamps in there. Good, that is all in. She kinda got stuck in the pipe. I'm not gonna save you. We got another step bro that can take care of that. Another look at this. You are off by 1, are you? Yes, you are. Alright. Let's move it up a bit and place it a bit closer. Because then we can connect to that power pole right over there. So she does escape. Damn it. Well, so be it. High explosive shotgun shells. Ooh. Alright, let's also put in... I think we got... The only thing we're missing over there is green, purple, red, yellow. We got all of those in there. We poison artillery shells. Yes, please. Napalm artillery shells. Yes, please. Explosive artillery shells. Yes, please. We're gonna have some fun with that. But for all of that, we definitely need more explosives, right? Wait, how does the production go for those? Explosives, plastic, steel, and then the liquids for them. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun with that. All the more reason to make more explosives. Also, place a roll port like right over there, and one like right over there. Good. With that, we can pick up the explosives that we're making. We would still need to do something about the sulfuric wastewater over there. I might just push it into filtration, because I don't think I care much about the sulfuric wastewater over there. We do need to hook it up to the nitric acid. That will be over here. Nitric acid is being made right over there. So what we could do is just do this, do that, do this, do that, that, this, and that. Poof. And nitric acid is in. Sulfuric acid we have technically over here, but let's rebuild that station like a little bit. Can you synthesize Barter goo? There is a thing we can do. We can make those crystals ourselves, but I think there might be some other limitations to that. Also, then we will need to fuck around with that weird fish water, and I'm just not in the mood to fuck around with that weird fish water. All of this can go. We don't need that anymore. We're gonna be putting in a requesting station right over there for sulfuric acid. There it is. Good. Something went boom. Wait. Okay. I think a lot went boom. How about we disconnect you? Wait, not connect you, disconnect you. How about we disconnect you, actually? Yeah, there's a limit of 400 megawatts we can put through those power poles, and we just went over. And I do hope that they all get fixed, but not every pole is covered in a roboport network. This one is. What's that? It looked like this was on fire. It was not. Alright, alright, alright. That should be fine then. Don't you have better poles? Yes. And we blew the better pole. These are the big electric power poles Mark II. They can hold up to 400 megawatts. And apparently we had a power spike. Well, let's hope it will be fine. Nuclear will be a challenge? Yes. I mean, there are some other power poles over there. Power. Let's look for power or something like that. We cannot look for power. Power is not what will work over there. Pole? Pole works. We got these floating electric power poles. They can go all the way up to 1.5 gigawatts. Substations definitely do, I think, a little bit more than that. There are more substations over there. We actually do have the substation Mark II over there. They can only hold up to 200 megawatts, so they are not that well either. Power pole, the even better power pole over there. But this will only go up from 400 megawatts to 500 megawatts, which is still not that much. We need some titanium for that, which we should probably start processing soon. If we have a look in our pole inventory over there. Big electric poles number 4 can hold up to 600. And then what? Yeah. Zipline terminal. Huge electric power poles. There we go. Huge electric power poles are probably meant to transport power a bit better. What is this one over there? That's a high energy interface. Can they handle near infinite amounts of energy power, but only to one machine? I guess this is not what we want to. Yeah, for transporting power, we would probably need these then. And we get this with... Put that in there real quick. That will go up to 3 gigawatts. They do require red circuits, but we can use these as a power pole backline. All the way up to 3 gigawatts. And then once we are past 3 gigawatts, we'll have to think of something. Quality will definitely help as well. How big are these actually? They're not that big, they're just fucking ugly. Well, I guess they are... Oh, they're 3x3 entities. Okay, they are a bit bigger then. Good. But yeah, then we should start to replace... We can't direct upgrade our existing power poles with the huge power poles, so... That would be something entirely new. But once we start making the huge power poles, we can technically think about doing something like an energy backbone. All the way up to 3 gigawatts. And we could technically even make multiples of them. And just not connect them left to right. And then we can tap into whatever we want to think into it. I mean, if we put a couple of them in parallel, we can go up to 9 gigawatts. I guess a important power pole in this line over here exploded. That's fine. Alright, that's... Oh, you know what this is getting power? Because it's not connected over here, that's why. There you go. Sorry about that. Good. But yeah, it would be great to have a map indication to see where power is out would also help quite a bit. Because these power accidents will keep on happening. Even if we put fuses in, then at least we do know where the accident has happened. But we would still need to check every one of them to see which fuse blew. Because once one of these power poles explodes, you don't really get much information which power pole has blown. And if it will be repaired over time or not. Oh, that's why. Just getting shelled over there. Hey there, cable gun master. Oh, please. One over there. Yeah, we did install the girlfriend mod. I never really asked. Can she dodge an artillery shell? Stay over here. Stay over there. It's coming. Ooh. She's a bit finicky. Pen her in? Where would be the fun in that? We're just gonna have to wait to see where she stops moving. But I think she never stops moving. Oh wait, maybe. Kind of feels like she's a bit on the yo-yo. Jumping in hot. Missed her again! Over here, please. Over there, please. Ooh! Okay, let's stop that. I'm just gonna get in myself. The girlfriend mod is very useful. She fills up her inventory with toys. Lots of toys. All the things you need to keep the factory going because they got a fuel value and you can burn them in the power plant. We also installed all kinds of weird... You again? all kinds of weird mods for biters as well. And also apparently these biters are getting quality into them as well, which will make this all a bit more tricky as well. And we're currently working on more explosives so that we can make more artillery shells so that we can get rid of these biters a little bit better. It only costs the embarrassment to show it on stream? Yes, embarrassment, right? Right? Alright, let's make some Halloween over here. How much Halloween do we need over here? 37.5. We said it's a 1-to-4 ratio. It is a 1-to-4 ratio. So we're going to be placing over there. Like, how about one over there? And how about one over there? With you over there in the middle. You're off by one. There we go. You are going to be making ourselves some Halloween. There we go. And Halloween. There we go. Paul doesn't feel embarrassed. Sorry. Embarrassed. The last time I was embarrassed, I probably was still in high school. But ever that one day when I arrived on the stage in underpants, embarrassment stopped. Wait a minute. We also make some oxygen over here, which you can just also push into this system over there if we would want to. How much do we need? 137, you make 30. So it's basically a 1-to-5. Good. And then... Will you see the photo of Bolt from high school? Ooh. Tell you what, if I'm ever at top 0.1% partner levels, we'll do that. But since that will never happen, sorry. Probably had hair back then. You would be surprised. Alright, let's do like this. Let's do like that. Bum. Actually, we can just do it like a bar. Need to clip that now? I will remember that promise. You can also clip it if you want to. But I mean, at the moment, I saw some vocabulary and some numbers about Twitch streamers and categories. And I think officially we are, I would be designated a micro celebrity. Sadly, not a nano celebrity. That would be way cooler in my opinion, but a micro celebrity. Which I guess is correct. But I would need to be like one category or at least 2 categories above that before I would share a high school photo. There we go. This is a little bit too close. Here we go. Flip you around. Do this, do that, do this. And we're gonna do something. Like that. There we go. Put the oxygen back into the system, because why not? We already have like an oxygen overflow prevention system in there that will start venting. We got a system in there that will start venting nitrogen if our oxygen levels are too high. But then again, we do need lots and lots of oxygen over there. I think it will be fine. I don't think we need to worry about this too much. And we can just keep it rolling like this. Oh, it's not connected on the right? Yes. Hook up these, hook up those, you go over there, and you go over there. Alright, we will need some more purified water. We already have a purified water system over here. How much purified water do we need? About 500. We would technically need a little bit less than that, but we got machines over here already that do purified water. We could just make the same thing one more time. This is a little bit too big, but I kind of like how it looks, so I'm just gonna make it like this. Place it over there. There was a roboport in there. That's gone now. That roboport will now live, I guess, over here, something like that. Actually, let's put them over here. Good. And then we can connect you and cut you. You over there. You over there. We don't need these bottom connections. Those will not be required. Good. That will be then all the oxygen that we need. And by oxygen, of course, I mean hydrogen. And then we're gonna need another water pipe over there. Somewhere over there. That's a little bit far. Here we go. That will be the water that you need. We're not making the electrolyzers Mark III yet. So how about we start setting that up real quick. How about we place it over there. Also, before we do that, get rid of this thing. Get rid of you as well. And maybe let's place one over there. Get rid of this. That's not how that works. Well, look at the purified water. We can do that in a second. But electrolyzers first. Electrolyzer Mark III. Electrolyzer. Do we make the electrolyzer Mark II? Yes, we do. On top of that, we're gonna need something like this. And don't connect that. Good. That should be fine. What's wrong with the purified water then? Ah. That's not how any of this works. Good. And then the only thing that's missing over here is gonna be the naphtha. Naphtha we have right over there. And we're just gonna pipe that over. Because it's close by enough. Just have to find a nice place over here to get it over. Over there. Now we're there. Alright, let's go a little bit from the other side. We can connect to any naphtha pipe. Any naphtha pipe will be fine. Doesn't really matter which one. If we can spot it though. There it is. There it is. I'll guess we'll start over there. And then we could go... Let's go underneath the Tiberium field. Code Green! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's go over here. With these two. And now we're over there. We can get past over there. Alright, where are we? Pipe is over there. Alright. Just go straight through. And then we got the corner, and the corner, and the corner, and the corner. Oh, that's all straight. And if there's already liquid over there, that means the pipe is connected over there. So we don't need to worry about that whatsoever. Good. Put a splitter over there. We're going to need that splitter all the way over there. And setting up Facebook Marketplace is rough. I hardly use it, so you hardly check messages. Got potential buyers with 10-week-old messages. Oof. Almost sounds like my LinkedIn page, where I check in every now and then just to realize, oh, I've been messages like a month ago. I'm like, oh, oops. Alright, we need to make some more catalyst carriers over there. You can hold a total of 20, and then you can hold a total of 3 and 3. Will 20 be enough? I think 20 will be enough. So let's make some more real quick. Also, we need to do the flip-flop real quick. So we do a flip, and we do a flop. Here we go. And also, very important, we need to connect up the toluene over there, and the toluene over there. Also, that pipe is too long. Alright, fair enough. It's too long starting from over there. So how about we place a pump right over there? Where are the pumps? The pumps over there. You should have power. Yes, you should. Good. You got your hydrogen. Excellent. You are backing up on hydrogen. Even better. Excellent. Cool, friends, your inserter. Where did you go even? Oh, she's stuck over there. You stay there. And then the only thing we're missing over here is the sulfuric acid. And of course also a connection to the top. Let's do that on the side real quick. Let's disconnect you. You're not going this way. But the sulfuric acid, let's connect the sulfuric acid first. We got sulfuric acid over here now. This is ready to go. Pom pom pom. I also kind of want to empty out those tanks real quick. So we're going to place a pump over there. Don't connect to whatever that is. We don't need it anymore. Excellent. And then we just do something like this real quick and that real quick. Excellent. So that all of this sulfuric acid can flow into this tank over here. And then the sulfuric acid, we could technically probably just move in parallel with these pipes. That would look kind of neat, won't it? Because we can go out over there, we can go up over there, and then we just follow these pipes. Just like this. For the corner over there, we will need, that will be a little bit troublesome. That should still connect, right? Don't connect over there, connect. Motherfucker. Don't connect over there. That was correct. Connect over there. Now let's push this pipe around a little bit. I don't think we can get all the way to the other side over there, right? No, we cannot. We could probably get to the other side with a steel underground. I've not really been using any of the other undergrounds for quite some time. But we do have better undergrounds available. I'm just not using them. Alright, that will be the sulfuric acid. Good. We can do the same thing with the steel pipe over here as well. Ah, where's that steel pipe? There it is. Because you should be long enough for this entire track. Except over there. What the hell? Do it like this then. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need this. And you're just waiting on the catalyst carriers. Perfect. Don't need that either. So let's make some catalyst carriers. And then we are good to go for lots and lots and lots more explosives. Alright, we need a little bit of iron and a little bit of steel. There might be some over there, but there's definitely some over there. One, two. Yeah, we need these so rarely, I will just pocket craft them whenever we need them. Especially since we set up like permanent systems like this, where we just need to seed it once and then we never need to worry about it again. There we go. They can also take speed and prot modules, so why not give them speed and prot modules? Yeah, not like that. And the sulfuric wastewater, I mean, we could try to recycle it, but even if we send it over to the recycling center, the only thing that's going to happen is that it will... Wait a minute. Ah! What the hell? The only thing that will happen is that we're probably going to vent it either way, so we're going to vent the sulfuric wastewater. I'd love to recycle it better, but we're not going to do anything with it. I told you she flipped one. Well, it should be fine now. Good, but now we do toluene over there. We're making more use of our naphtha. We're making a little bit more use of our hydrogen over there. Kind of thinking of maybe limiting your production over there a bit, because I kind of have the feeling that all this hydrogen over here will only get stuck. Yes, it gets stuck. So we need a limiter when we make oxygen over here. We can easily do that by putting down one inline tank. It doesn't really need to be actually inline, it could be on the side. But let's make like an inline tank, say over here. We wire all of these up. And you're only going to be enabled if oxygen is less than, say, 5,000. Will probably be fine. Good. That way around, these over there will be making. These will also be making oxygen, but they make only like 200 oxygen. We need way more oxygen over there. But we do want to keep some space over there to make the hydrogen over there, because we do need hydrogen over here for the explosives. And that's now a little bit of an issue over there. Could we do a thing real quick? Just vent the inline tank. There we go. That way these will start operating again. We will also be using some of the nitric acid over there to keep this one over there going. But then again... I don't think that they will be eating enough nitric acid over there to compensate the oxygen that we're making over there to keep these ones over there going. Every unit of nitric acid is 2/3 of a unit of oxygen. Yeah, pretty much. So and we need more toluene than we need nitric acid. The amount of hydrogen we make over there is more than the amount of oxygen that we make. And hydrogen into toluene goes 1-to-1. So yeah, it will not fit. We need twice the amount of toluene, then we need nitric acid. Which also means we need twice the amount of hydrogen, then we need nitric acid. Nitric acid only needs like 2/3 of its amount to make oxygen. So we basically have a ratio of 2 to like 2/3. Or if we put it into better numbers, 6-to-2. Yeah, 6-to-2. Or 3-to-1. So that will mean that we are making... that we need 3 times the amount of hydrogen than we need oxygen, and we're making 2 times the amount of oxygen of that. So oxygen will definitely back up even with this system over here in place. Unless something else eats hydrogen, of course. Which means that we need to do something different over here. We will need some kind of other venting system available that will start to vent oxygen if this one is too big. At the moment it's kind of fine and stable, but it will definitely not be fine and stable. A single vent will probably be enough. We can even place it over here if we would want to. We can place it wherever we want. We just need to connect actually, we could just connect... We can connect this directly, right? Can we? No, we cannot connect this to a flare. Okay. No. Fair enough. And it also requires power, but we can place it over there. Let's just turn it around for a second. Flare stack over there. Enable this only if oxygen. I don't really want this to be like an open loop, so we kind of want to have this a little bit under control. Only open this if oxygen is like really, really full. There we go. Good. That means that we can always keep making this explosive here, and we can always keep making explosive here. The amount of toluene we make is a little bit slow. Can we put prod mods in there? No, we can put speed mods in there. Yeah, because we put like a little bit of speed in there, it's actually like a little bit faster now. So we should at least have one speed module in there as well, and one speed module in there as well. But we also got the prod module in there, which gives us 4% more product, which is actually not a lot. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And the amount of catalyst we're making over there is going to be more than enough for you. And we are definitely making a little bit more hydrogen than we actually need. We're making over here 200. No, 150, sorry. Compared to the 137 we need. Also, what's being eaten? Nothing important. Okay, now you need 165. So, how about we give you one speed module? And these over here are also kind of power hungry. We should absolutely give these efficiency modules. Except for you. You are one more speed, and you are one more efficient. Ah, fuck. Yeah. That's fine. Speaking of things that are fine, how's ammo down here? Okay, we need to send the ammo train over here again. We need to put in a little bit more of a priority system for these stations. The output stations needs... Yeah, they need priority. And we can probably do priority based upon this chest combination over there. Yeah, let's try that real quick. We can just put in... Let's put one of these in there. Let's use a... We can use the same wire. A green wire to go into there. We take each. At the moment there's 2 signals in there. There will probably be more signals in there over time. We take each and we divide that by their amount over there. We can actually do that. If we take a red wire over there. And then we divide each by each. And we divide each on the... on the green wire by the red wire. So everything on the green wire divided by the red wire, and we put out each. Then we get like a ratio for, but that ratio will immediately be 0, right? Because we're doing full integer division. And that will not work. That will give us the value between 0 and 1. But if we do you over there, then that will work, right? Because then we get what we are actually looking for times 100. We'll be fine. Don't station have priority though? Yes, but we're not dynamically setting priority. I want to set priority dynamically based upon how empty the ammo bin is. That's what I want to do. At the moment that thing is completely empty, so it would be on the highest level of priority. We get for each out there a value. Priority is a value between, well, whatever, 0 and 225 is the highest. That's something we need to know. 0 is the lowest and 255 is the highest. We're just going to do 0 to 100. But this over here will then give us 2 integers. Alright. Is there a way for us to pick the highest signal? Yes, there is. If we put in a decider combinator, a selector combinator, sorry. Select an input, sort, ascending. That'll be fine. Good. We just check whichever of those is the lowest. Doesn't really matter. And then we get a value between 0 and 500. Well, 0 and 499. Alright, that will not do. We need to normalize that to something between 0 and 100. Or 0, 100 and 255. But single value over there will be fine. We could, of course, go into stack size level. I don't think stack size level is a good idea. Pick the highest of whoever is the lowest. So that's how that's gonna work. Pick the lowest of whoever is the other way around. And then we get the value, and then we just do 100 minus that value, and use that for priority, and cap it at 255. That could work. Also, that's a super piercing spawner, and it got 55,000 health, and we're not doing shit to it. This guy gets up to 20 shots, and he will not be able to take care of that nest down there. We definitely need the other better artillery shells. ASAP. Let's order in, before we start tingling over there, and we're going to be waiting for the bot to arrive with the things that we need. Let's build this priority system a little bit closer. There we go. Oh, we're not making any? I thought we had some. I think I never automated them. Fuck! I definitely made some of those in my pocket. We can wait forever for those then. Alright, alright. Sorry about that. Make some selectors, please. But yeah, our stations require a little bit of priority. That is definitely something that we're gonna need. Also, we're gonna be making these better artillery shells sooner or later. That would also require us to start melting down these liquids over there. There we go. That's coal, sulfur, and yellow alien artifacts to start making the yellow alien liquid. For the napalm shells over there, we're gonna do the red liquid over there, which will be red alien artifacts, naphtha, and fuel oil. Alright. And then for the other shells, the explosive shells, how good are the explosive shells? They got quite a size to them, actually. Area of effect size is 11, and they do about 3.8k damage. Compare that to the normal artillery shell. Artillery. The normal artillery shell does a similar amount of damage. Actually, in two different variants, in physical and explosion. But the size is way lower. It's size 4 compared to size 11. And one is pure explosion, where the other is explosion and physical mixed. Oh, you did manage to blow it up. Alright, I guess you did have enough shells. Kinda surprised. Unless it was this one over there. Also, those biters apparently don't really give a shit. Oh, never mind. Now they give a shit. We're gonna bang it to the island again. Alright. So, what kind of resistance values do you have, for example? Physical is 20 to 75. Explosion is 20 to 50. So explosion damage would definitely be better. Laser damage, plasma damage, acid damage. There are... Poison would probably be the best. Even fire. Fire is 10 to 90%. Okay, fire might not be the best. Alright, we get at least some of these. We've got 23 now. Perfect. But it does mean that we need to make some of these alien fluid machines over there. Especially for the green one, which is nitric acid, coal, and green alien artifacts. Good thing that we got a whole bunch of nitric acid over there. I'm looking forward to that. And green alien artifacts, that is something we don't really have a lot of. We actually don't have any green alien artifacts, so we can skip that already. Yellow alien artifacts, we only got like 141, so even that is gonna be not that much, and we got only 177 red ones. So all these artillery shells over there, we can probably make a couple of them, but it's probably not the way to go. There are, however, other means of making artillery shells, I think. I also kind of noticed that there is an artillery turret damage bonus tech in addition to the artillery shell damage bonus tech. So we can actually get snacking artillery damage bonuses. But bio-artillery shells over there would require yellow signs. The Tiberium artillery shell over there, which I'm still not quite sure how good of an idea that will be, will also require yellow signs. High explosive artillery shells over here. This variant, which is doing... I can't see. Tiberium shells we can't do yet, sadly. We have to check that one out on its own. This is the light artillery. We don't really care much about that. Atomic artillery shells over here require plutonium processing, which we're not doing. Chemical warfare over here with the acid shells and the napalm shells over there. This is easier to get. There we go. How about we do this? These over here, these do acid damage and poison damage. I can also see power flicker. We have to take a look at that real quick. What's eating so much power right now? I'm kind of concerned. These will also create a poison cloud, which does a little bit of poison damage. The cloud damage itself is a bit low. Not quite sure. I mean, it only does like 16 poison damage per second. The napalm, on the other hand, is just fire and explosion damage. We have to test them out, but I don't think I will be too happy with these shells over there. Alright. They seem kinda weak. There's another incendiary shell over there, which requires napalm. This one does a lot more firepower. And does a lot more damage. Then were the other ones over there. Pum. And then we got napalm shells over there. Yeah, these do one-time damage. Napalm, poison, artillery, and then the atomics. We need 3.8k. Alright. Alright, what's with power? Sorry. How are you flickering? We're only making... Do we not make enough power again? This one's running, that one's running. This one's connected. That one is not connected. Yeah, that's actually all the power we make, so we connect you. Alright. That's fine, the turrets will take care of it over time. We also never really checked if production over here is now fine. You need 165. You make 30, 60, 120, and then 156. You need 165. So how about we do this one more time and that one more time. You're the wrong way right now. There we go. And then we should make enough over there to keep the toluene flowing. To keep the explosive flow over there, which you're already getting quite a lot of over there. That would automatically move into artillery shell production over here. They are doing stuff. I also kind of noticed one thing we can do over here, and that is upgrade these and upgrade those into the tier 3 machine so that we make even more artillery shells. At least that will keep the artillery shell production going for now. And then we are just going to take a quick jog to set up a priority system for the fuel, or not the fuel train, for the outpost train. Because we need to do something to make these outpost trains a little bit smarter. Because at the moment, they usually go like to the first outpost that requires something. And most of the time, it's going to be like the closest outpost, because all of our outposts are being attacked. So, and I don't really want to do it via remote. I kind of want to be on top of this thing over there. There's also this radar over there, which now will be sitting over there. Over there. Good. Alright, so let's go back to you. We already had a bit of a calculation going on over there. Let's redo that calculation. We're going to check you. We're going to check you. We can also check you better, because you are already full of stuff. That is going to be good. It's going to be each divide by each, but we're going to divide what's in the green connection via the red connection, and we're going to be outputting each, because now we can also see these numbers over there, and that will tell us this number. Alright. That is to be expected. Is that to be expected? We can get a number by just reading the chest, because the chest will only be filled up to this level. So actually, that's kind of bullshit. What else do we need? We could just do a priority system. We could do a very simple priority system. Instead of doing it like this, we just take some stuff out. Let's do it the other way around. Let's put in an arbitrary number over there. We're just gonna check the green signal. We don't care about the... We don't check any signal. 200 will be the limit. We're gonna subtract whatever is on the green for each. And we're gonna output each. Good. Is 200 the correct number? Let's do 300. That will give us a number between minus 200 and 0. Alright. And then we could just flip that number. Multiplied by -1. Actually, not do it like this. I think that's an easier way to do that. We could use a constant combinator. And actually, if we already have a constant combinator, how about then... Get out of there. There you go. Flip this number. Each of these numbers, flip them. -1. Output this. We're gonna then add up. Do we want to add up? I think I'm still doing it ass backwards. I am doing it ass backwards. We just need a constant combinator. A single constant combinator will be fine, but we need a fresh signal. We're going to use the red wire for this. Where is this red wire going? That red wire is connected to the other chest. That might be fine, actually. Because then we can do it for all of these. Which will give us whatever is that we want to set the limit for. The bleeping, man. The bleeping will never stop. We take the ammo magazines, we take this, and let's ignore the artillery, the mortar shells for now. We don't really care about the mortar shells. We got the positive number in here. We're just going to put in a hefty negative number on top of this. I'm going to subtract 300 of both of these. And then we should have, as an output over there, this number. At the moment... Yeah, and then we're just gonna flip this number. There we go. We'll take each. Multiplied by -1. And we output each. And most importantly, we only want the positive numbers. Do we only want the positive numbers? At least now we can take a look at this real quick. We still need to convert this into anything. I'm probably solving this with way too many steps, but it'll be fine. There we go. Now we got the number of 255. This is such bullshit. No. No. Come on, Bolt. Do it correctly. What is what we want to achieve? We want to come up with a priority system. I thought you could increment priority over time now? Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Oh, you know what we could do? I got a great idea. I know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take this. This one over there will tell us what we want to have in here. We take each. We divide that by 10. We could even divide it by 100 if we want to. And put each. That will be our increment. Good. And now we can take another one of these. That will be the green wire over there. The red wire over there. And then we just divide each again. Each. Divide by each. Output each. We divide whatever is in green via whatever is in red. There we go. And now we get percentiles. We are at 100% red ammo. We are at 8% pop ammo. Good. Then we take out whatever is the lowest. Select input, sort ascending. So we get sort ascending. So we get whatever is the lowest right now. And whatever is the lowest will be our priority signal. It doesn't really matter what it is. Whatever is the lowest will be the signal we use for priority. Here we go. I guess we can do each. Each will be fine. Multiplied by 1. And we output this as the P signal. And now I got my priority as backwards. We need this priority to be the other way around. What we can do over there is we can divide this by... Wait a minute. Multiply this by minus 100. Alright, then we do 100 plus each. Output each. That will be exactly at 0 right now. Which makes sense, the priority of 0 is fine. That will be at priority of 2, priority of 3, etc, etc, etc. And we just output this as the P signal. That's all that we need. Sure, you can go to there as well. Yeah, priority can go all the way up to 255, but I don't want to go all the way up to 255. This is fine, this works. And actually, with both together, we can go all the way up to a priority level of 200. But, I mean, the more things are at critical levels, the higher the priority should be. That's perfectly fine. But now this station is like at the priority of 2. Which makes sense because, yeah, belt is full. Alright. Which means we can take this thing now, as it is, and start updating all of these. That did not work at all. Let's make you an even better update. Oh, that's why there's still that thing in the way. That's why it looks so weird. We were testing over there. Yeah, that was correct. We don't need that. Alright, alright, alright. Don't need that either. Good, and now we go station by station. Uh-oh. Something happened over here. Something did not get reconnected. I guess this power pole over there exploded at some point in time. Remove these. Place them over there. Alright, that gets you your priority. Not that we really needed power over here, apparently. Well, I guess we got lucky. Alright, even here. I guess it was mostly the flamer turrets that did all the work for us over there, so I guess that was fine. Don't need that either. Thank you, game. What the fuck? What is connecting over here? Who the fuck connected? It was you! Oh, this is the one thing. I mean, I like what the power pole mod is trying to do. But sometimes you get these weird and stupid and fucked up random connections that just blow up everything. Alright, we don't need this or that. That can all go away. I mean, don't get me wrong, things that go boom are kind of fun, but at the same time, why? You go over there. Doing this, doing that. Don't you either. There we go, there we go. Everything went pop! Because fuck you! That's why! What the hell? You know what also would... actually, it doesn't really matter, but... Wait, now you're still missing. There we go. Alright, that seems to be working again. Good, but at least now they all have a priority attached to them. They'll be fine. Good, good, good. So, where is this train then? Okay, you just came from somewhere. I kind of want to now observe where you're going next. You're also full of ammo. That's fine. So we also check if there's a better recipe for mortars and stuff like that. But I'm just going to send you out by hand real quick. Your priority apparently is over here now. Is that correct? You got a priority of 18. I guess the others don't have the priority set up yet. You got a priority of 0. Wait a minute. 0. If the box is empty... Oh, wait. If the box is empty... We divide 0 by 0. We get 0 out of that. But that should give us a max value, shouldn't it? Wait a minute. We divide nothing with -5. That gives us 0. Ah, and you then just get no signal whatsoever. And since you get no signal whatsoever, we don't add anything to 100 to set the priority over there. Which will mean that your priority over there will be 0 as well. Which means we need some kind of dummy signal in there. Something that we can always guarantee will always be there. Basically, our baseline at the moment is at 0. We kind of probably want to set our baseline somewhere around 50 or something like that. A constant combinator emitting a 1, yeah, something like that. I'm just kind of curious to see where. Maybe a constant combinator over here, constantly emitting -99. Because then at least we got 100 plus -99 will always be like a priority of 1. And then the other priorities come on top of that. Yeah, let's do that. There's a constant combinator missing over here. Use the red wire for that. And you just put in the P signal over there at the level of -1999. That way together, we get 100 -99. That's 1. So we always have like the lowest priority of 1, which is not 0. But wait a minute. But that is not what we need. Let's put it differently. We need something else over here. If we have if this thing is empty over there, we can do this differently. It's gonna be different. We're gonna need a decider combinator. We don't have it over there. You also check what's in the box, which is this signal over there. if everything in there is 0, output, priority signal, max. Basically, if the box is empty, panic. And we can check that right over here. There you go. Alright, which means we need like one more combinator everywhere. That's fine. We can add one more combinator. Can probably solve that in an easier way. I will probably have another think about that after the stream. But for now, I just need something that works. Because I don't really like how many combinators this is. I'm pretty sure we can solve that in one combinator. Maybe 2. But I don't really want to have too many combinators around. Because the more combinators you have around, the more error prone it becomes, in my opinion. So, yes. But this should be fine now. Good. Good. Alright, let's have a sip. A combinator with a 1 would probably also be correct now that I think about it. Because then we would have like a 1 over there. Which would then be added to like 100. Which will then give us a priority signal of 101. But I guess just checking if the box is empty. Then we just put in the highest priority. That might also be a good idea. But at least now the supply train, wherever he is, he's over there. Here, drive off. Should now go to places that really need ammo. Like this place over there. Oh yeah, this place actually does need ammo. There's nothing left on there. You just do a chest to get X by the priority and X minus the result. Yeah. I think with some constant combinators, we can probably make that magic happen quite easily. Especially if you kind of think about that you can also, of course, set up the constant combinators with multipliers in them themselves. That'll be fine. Don't worry about that. The ammo will come. The ammo is actually there. We just need to wait for it to come around. We don't need to worry about that. Alright. What are you picking up? What did I get? Why did you bring me ammo? What? I guess it was on the ground? Alright, fair enough. Alright. Yeah, that bleeping over there will stop sooner or later. But we now got a whole bunch of explosives over there. The chests are full of explosives. But I'm pretty sure that our shell production over there is not the best because we are out of plastic. That will be the next big thing that we need to do. Good thing is, we already did a tech for plastic. And the other tech for plastic over there is a little bit further out because it does require yellow signs, utility signs. You can automate it with Pyramid 0 stacks in the blueprint automator once you need it. Also true. There's a couple of ways to do it. But I'm also thinking, I mean, we're also using this combinator because it's the named combinator to say what we want on the outposts. And for example, if we now add pop ammo to it, we just need to alter that combinator and it will just start ordering in pop ammo. Which also kind of means that we're probably also going to need to alter this guy over there. No, this guy will still be fine because we just divide by 100 over there. Yeah, it should be fine. At least for now it's fine. We still need to make the better pop ammo at some point in time. For that we need to make the pop steel, but I think plastic is currently a better, higher priority because our current plastic production is coming from this plastic plant and it's not doing well enough anymore. At least we no longer need to worry about red circuits. Those are doing fine. But for everything else we're going to do, we are going to need better plastic. Now, the only way to make plastic is to make molten plastic, liquid plastic over there. We can't do the tier 3 recipe, but we can do the tier 2 recipe over here, which yet again is even more naphtha combined with polyethylene liquid. into liquid plastic. Polyethylene is coming from ethylene ethylene gas, and is made with blue metal catalysts. Blue metal catalysts are made out of titanium and gold. We're not doing titanium yet. I think it's about time that we start thinking about doing titanium. Alternatively, we can do more work with the propane gas, but I don't want to set up another wood shop. I would rather maybe try to get propane from somewhere else. Propane gas we can make out of methanol gas. Methanol gas we can of course use. We can use green metal catalysts to just bang together hydrogen and carbon dioxide, which would be a very easy way to do that. But that will go quite hard into our silver and into our aluminum. Alternatively, we can make carbon methanol gas over there out of syngas. Also with green metal catalyst. I think I would prefer this one because I think this one is easier to do than this one. Especially since we get more methanol per catalyst than over there. Methane gas, we can just steam crack. That's, I think, also one of the main ways how we're doing it right now. Methane gas into the steam cracker, into methanol gas, into residual gas. And I think the methane gas we're making is coming from our algae plants. Or methane gas from wood. Methanol from wood straight away. Methane gas. There are, of course, ways for us to make methane gas. All kinds of coal processing over there, or oil processing over there, will make a decent amount of methane gas. But they all make as a byproduct things like ethane gas, butane gas, and stuff like that, which we do need to handle. If we crack our natural gas liquids with syngas into it, we get a lot of methane gas. And less ethane, less butane. We also get a little bit of carbon monoxide, which we can probably do something with it. We can also crack syngas with a blue metal catalyst, but I don't think I want to do that. And then there's some other processes over there based upon vegetable oil and raw meat and Vuger canes and Kurtak DNA. And is this Pyanodons? What the fuck is all of this shite? I should probably take a better look at Yoki at some point in time. Good. But yeah, we get it mostly out of our gas processing, and that will always make us a byproduct ethane and butane gas. Ethane gas, the only thing we can use ethane gas is to turn that into ethylene gas. And ethylene gas over there is going to be used into polyethylene. Or alternatively into ethyl benzene. Polyethylene is also a plastic, isn't it? Oh, that's the 2-2 plastic recipe. There we go. So that would be at least 2 of 3 outs for the gas. Even though we would require a little bit of blue metal catalyst for that, since it's only like a minor byproduct, I think it would be fine for it. And I'm pretty sure that if we're going to be starting to make molten plastic, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to do like all 3 processes either way on the side. Alright, then the other question of course is going to be, what do we then do with the butane gas over there? The butane gas over there, we can of course use that to make that into benzene gas. And then the benzene gas over there, we can turn that into phenol, we can turn that into cumene. We can turn that into ethyl benzene. Isn't there like, what was the tier 3 plastic recipe? Plastique. There we go. You work on phenol. There we go. Phenol and formaldehyde. Pilot looked at all these other ones was like, I can introduce even more pain. Yep. Phenol. There we go. And phenol is coming out of benzene, out of yellow metal catalyst. Alternatively, we get it. That's an ingredient, right? That's bisphenol, alright. Alternatively, we can only use it over there. So benzene gas, and benzene gas is coming out of... Wait a minute. Benzene gas, there we go. Steam cracking of butane into benzene. And then benzene into... phenol over there with a yellow metal catalyst, which is platinum and tungsten. It's also a tier 3 process, of course. But platinum and tungsten over there go to them together with benzene gas over there to turn that into phenol. And then phenol together with formaldehyde. And formaldehyde is something that we get again out of methanol gas. At that point in time, I guess we can sacrifice some of our methanol to turn that into tier 3 plastic. But all in all of the 3 gases over there, methane, ethane, and butane, that we get from the gas processing over there, which we're still stockpiling over here, all 3 of these do go into plastic at one point in time. So we can set that up whenever we need to. We can of course already start using the gases we're making over here out of this one over there, out of this oil refinery, which is actually not really doing a lot of oil. This one is mostly asleep most of the time. We can use the naphtha over there to make the tier 2 plastic. We're also using some of the naphtha over there to make more base mineral oil. We can make more use of this place over there to start making better plastic. So why not do that? We're also right next to it because it's just over there. Good, and let's just start making plastic. So the biggest question, of course, is going to be how much methane, ethane, and butane are we currently making over there? And to answer that question is, of course, we need to take a look over there how much multi-layer oil we make over there. 3 per second, a little bit less than 3 per second, a lot more than 3 per second, a lot more than 3 per second, and about 3 per second. So let's just say this is 3, 6, 9, and then another 9 over there. That's 18 plus 22. We're making about 40 per second, which is 80% of one of these, which also means we're making about 8 natural gas per second, which turns into something like 6.666 mixed gas per second, which will then turn into about 3.3 methane per second. Wow. Yeah, doing it out of multi-layer oil over there is probably not the easiest way to do it. We do have natural gas over there available as well, which we could start tapping already. Also, we are gonna need, I guess, you over there together with you over there. So we can start tapping this. This over there will only be natural gas. We don't know how much it's gonna be making yet per second. We do got an estimation over there. 90 per second, 25 per second, 47 per second, 156 per second, and 53 per second. So what is that? That is about 75, and this over there is another 90, that's 165. And then that's about 300 per second, 350 per second, give or take, which we would have available over there, which we could then put into a, not into a separator, we would need to put that into, I think, in an advanced gas refinery? No, in a gas refinery. Here we go. Which then does, not the raw gas, the natural gas liquids over there, because you are pumping out natural gas liquids. You consume up to 25. Alright. This is actually gonna be loads of it. I'm surprised how much it's gonna be. It might be better to work over there. Let's go over there then. And do some plastics. We could even try to set it up into a more sophisticated facility where we can then also bring in natural gas via a train later on. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make this a nice facility. As for what we're going to be doing with the butane and the ethylene or the ethane gas we're going to be using, what we're going to be doing with the butane, I've got no clue. I'll probably just torch it. All right. That's all good over there. We will need some kind of a train station over there. So let's start off with the train station. Liquid train station, requesting stuff. There we go. Let's place you, how about right over there? What are we going to be requesting? We're going to be requesting gas. Natural gas. There we go. You over there. You over there. And actually, if you're going to think about it, this is only entrance only. So, no backseat. Over there, and over there. And then same thing over there, exit only, and this is a pass-through point. Here we go. Entrance only, perfect. Then we got some gas available over there. We also have a natural storage unit over there. Perfect. We're also getting all the bleeps. Those bleeps are getting so fucking annoying. It's not like we're actually losing stuff over here. It would be great if you could, like, maybe mark some certain items that you want to make so that if they get destroyed, that you get the bleep. But we already tried to do that, and sadly we can't really alter the bleeps. You can either completely deactivate the bleeps or mute the bleeps, but we can't just deactivate it for like certain items. I would love to be able to deactivate the bleeps for only certain items. But yeah, so be it. Alright, you over there, and... my wire is too short. Time to push out. Yeah, that's also kind of the reason why I kind of want to go into more artillery. I mean, we will still get bleeps, but we will get less bleeps. Alright, alright. Start this process. Good. And then we don't really care too much about how much liquids we actually do use over there or not. The only thing I'm kind of curious about is now refinery, or gas refinery. Okay, we're not making the more advanced gas refineries yet. So let's start making those as well. Here we go. Put you over here. Gas, gas, gas. I'm pretty sure that we cannot make the tier 3 gas refineries yet. Advanced gas refinery, normal gas refinery. Alright, so we're just gonna make a small, not too big, a small-ish gas processing unit right over there. How about we just do it like this? Like one over there, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5? 5 would be fine. Maybe use an underground pipe over there so we can walk through. Fallen Angel! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then we do some natural gas refining over here. Let's do one more, because then we will be exactly at 200 units. Good, because then we consume up to 200 natural gas per second. And we're gonna be making over there 33, 66, 100 methane. 60 ethane, and what is that? 20 butane. And now to think about it, okay, there's only one of these. There's no other way of cracking this. Okay, that will be fine. Good, good, good. They're also coming in. We're definitely making them now. So let's set up the snoot. Here we go. Standard pipe pattern. No real reason to change this, because why not? Good, good, good. Alright. We could make an intermediate dump for them in the middle. Why not? How about you over there? You over there? And you over there? Connect up all of these real quick. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. A little bit of a buffer, so we can also quickly see what we have too much of, what we have too little of, so that we can start operating that. Natural gas liquids. This is natural gas. This is different. We're missing a step. Wait a minute. That's raw gas. Okay, wait a minute. Natural gas. Natural gas comes from this. We process that. No, not this one. Used in an... oh, we do need an oil gas separator. Okay. We can make them over here. But that means we don't have this connection. This one is wrong. Let's also check what we set over here. I should check over there. Yeah, you're ordering a natural gas. This is... natural gas. Okay, that is fine at least. But oil gas separator. Oil gas separators, we do have them. Alright, alright, alright. I thought the oil gas separation unit was only there to separate when you got like mixed oil and gas. But I guess not. This is for multi-phase oil. This one over there is for natural gas. There we go. Alright, you consume up to 150. You make 90. We expect, however, a little bit more than that. We expect up to 200. So we're going to have to put down at least 5 of these. Four of these? I already made this. We could do 8 of these. There we go. But you then still make something different, because you then make raw gas. Wait a minute. But you expect natural gas. Alright. Is it then... Oh, it's this one then. Okay, then... Fuck it. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Alright. Let's go step by step. You accept raw gas, followed by natural gas liquids. And then we'll need the oil gas liquid separation. It's going to be this chain. This is the chain. You accept natural gas. You turn natural gas into raw gas, condensates, and sulfuric wastewater. You take the raw gas that you make, that is a direct connection over there, into acid gas and natural gas liquids. You then take the natural gas liquids and turn them into methane, ethane, and butane. There we go. Good. And the ratios, of course, are all off. You take in up to 75 and you make up to 45. You take in 33. Alright. This will be 100. This will be 90. This is going to be more than what we need, but we can just run a 1-to-1, and then we don't really care much about the ratio. We can sadly not do it exactly over here with that. We could still just run it 1-by-1 and stop caring about the ratio, but technically you make 26 and you require 43. You know what? I'm just going to keep running them 1-by-1, and we just stop caring about the ratio. I think that is just the way to do this. And then we don't need to worry about anything, and we just wire them up together, and we're gonna have a nice little block over there. Yes, let's do exactly that. So, you over there, and you over there. Then we're also gonna identify what the bleeping sound is coming from. The bleeping sound is coming from the artillery, shooting at stuff again. That is good. We are making more shells, but we need to make even more shells than that. That's too much pipe. That is way too much pipe. Let's use some undergrounds. Good. Then we can reconnect you over there. Excellent. We're gonna place the power poles over here so they connect to that grid over there. And then how about we place you in the middle over there? And we're going to place you over there at the front. That bleeping is getting also concerning, but I'm pretty sure everything is fine. It's just bots flying into their own doom, non-stop. There's one small issue with this. All of this, off by 1. Is the bleeping annoying? Not really. But every time, I mean, we do need the bleeping. If we do get like a breach and we don't notice it, then it's basically game over. Because we will probably not be able to recover from that. But most of the bleeping is kind of fine, because it's just stuff getting destroyed as part of the defense, because that's how a defense works. And actually, we're not off by 1, we are perfectly fine over there, so back by 1 again. Sorry about that. But there's always so much bleeping going on that I can't really distinguish it between our defense failing And our defense just being fine and just losing like a couple of items here and there. Alright, over here we need to be a little bit more creative. There we go. Good. There they come to move some stuff around. Thank you so much for that. There we go. And now we need to top over there with 1, 2, 3 over there, 1, 2 over there, and 1 over there. Pum, 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 pum. I guess we can skip these parts. And we can skip those parts. Alright, and then we come back to the storage tank unit. Like you over there. You over there. I'm pretty sure we did this different the first time around. Yeah, put them over there and over there. They are not equidistant. Put them over there. You go to there. You go to there. You go also to there. Wait a minute. That's why it's weird. Move you over there. Move you over there. Move you over there. Yeah, that's fine now. Good. That will be the 3 storage tanks for that. We're gonna need the storage tank at the bottom over there for the acid gas. And one at the bottom over there for the gas condensates, because we kind of want to reuse them for other stuff. As for the sulfuric wastewater, we already have like a big sulfuric wastewater center over there. This sulfuric wastewater will just go into a pit. How much pit do we need? Almost nothing. Let's maybe connect you with power from up there. There we go. Good. Alright, so butane, ethane, methane. The bigger question now is how much methane gas are we making in this region over there? Because we can't exactly take this number over there, because that number doesn't really fit accurately. We are... No, we're making way more gas. No, we're not making way more gas over there. We're making a little bit more than we need over there, so this one over there will be running at full speed. But this one over there will not be running at full speed. We can calculate the ratio, because we're doing 26.6 over there, but we expect 33.3. Alternatively, we could nudge the numbers a bit. That's what we get modules for. Pum, 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 pum. Put in one over there so that you're a little bit faster. That will increase your speed by how much? I think 20%, right? Which will also increase your output by 20%. That was going to be... That's going to push us all the way up to like 30 odd-ish. We need 33 over there. It's also going to push your input over there into about 40-ish. We're making 45-ish. I think we can put in one more speed module. And go to 2. And then also check real quick. These two... Yeah, speed plus 20%. Alright. That will give us a speed increase of 40%. Which will push your inputs to another 13 on top. That will get you about to 45 odd-ish. That will be to almost... It will probably demand more than you need. But if we make more than you need, it will probably be fine. 26.6. That is 2.6, 5.2, 10.4. That will get us all the way up to 36.6. You only need 33. I think 2 speed modules will be fine. And I think it will also be fine with the input of the other machine. So off we go. We just put some speed modules in the middle row over there. We also missing some lamps over here. It's dark. There we go. Good. Yeah, you now accept 40, up from 33, and then you will accept 47 after that. You make 45, but you are almost already making enough for what you need, so I think it will be fine. There we go. Yeah, you now make 37.7, and you eat 46.6. At least now they will be running at full speed. The bleeping! Like this, for example. We see this defense over here, this corner over here especially, fail more than often. I kind of have the feeling it's part of the reason is because the wall over there is not all the way flushed. And we should maybe also identify what they're doing. These are piercing spitters. What do? They do piercing damage. The acid shells, yes. But before we can make more shells, we need to make more plastic. Alright, let's put in some random tech. Personal report, the modules, the pump jacks, why not? The offshore pump, the bike. Rocket. But yeah, we see the defense over here fail more often than anywhere else. The flamer turrets are helping. What could help down there, if we have one available? A plasma turret. We got one more available. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where the damage range is, but let's place it over here. That could be fine. Oh, really? Okay. I guess once you put it like on 45-degree angle, you can't just copy paste it anymore. No. This was fine. And the flamethrowers are not as... Oh, you mean the acid throwers over there. But then we also need to bring acid over there, which we now make quite a bit of. Oh, we could douse them in nitric acid. But then again, fire... Yeah, they are somewhat fire resistant. They're not really at all acid resistant. I kind of have the feeling it was more this corner piece over there that was causing some issues. But let's see what happens now. Good. But yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch of identification going on to see what exactly we're doing over there. But we now know that you are working at full speed, which means we now know that you're making up to 100 methane gas per second over there. If we want to process 100 methane gas per second over there, we're gonna need ourselves an oil cracker, steam cracker, which will crack the methane gas over there at a rate of 22.5. What are these ratios? Fucking hell. Alright, that's 90. That's just above 100. Let's place you over there. We're gonna be cracking over here. Bum. 90 is above 100? Yes, 90 is definitely above 100. In certain cases where 90 is exceptionally large, it's definitely above 100. But only if 100 is exceptionally small in that case. It's better to production chain than consume slightly more than you produce or slightly overproduce. I mean, in this case, can we put prod mods on these? No, we cannot. We can put prod mods on these, right? No, we cannot. In this case, I will just make sure that we consume what we're making. So this machine over here, or they will not be running at 100% efficiency, they will be running like a little bit under that. I guess that's how it's gonna be. Alright, but we also need some steam over there. We're gonna need the same amount of steam over there that we need over there. Do we already have the ability to make the tier 3? Where are the boilers? There they are. Let's place one over there real quick. You make 60. We will need 2 of you to make the steam that we need. You can just count 90-10, 90-11, 90-12, 90-90. Until you get that in Germany at some point in time, and you're going to be at 999999999. Alright. Just add water. Hey, wait a minute, there's some water over here. This is also getting havocked quite often. Okay. Stop it! There's random stuff exploding. Wait! But it seems to be fine as soon as it gets replenished, of course. But we're definitely not making the tier 3 borders, so time to make the tier 3 borders. There we go. They'll be coming in soon. We're also starting to flicker over there, so how about we put in a couple of these accumulators. Here we go. Good. Alright, just add steam, and then we're going to be turning this into methanol gas as well as residual gas. Not quite sure what we're going to be doing with the residual gas yet. We're going to figure that out later. Well, the mortar's out of ammo because we're not really making that much mortar ammo. They also kind of shoot rather fast. And not only that, they're not really that effective. I've not really been worrying too much about the mortars, but the mortars, I'm not too happy about them at the moment. I mean, we are making mortar ammo. It is. We're just making it fairly slow. We're making like 0.13 per second. Actually, double that, 0.26 per second. So every 4 seconds we make 1 mortar shell, and we got like 100 mortars. We're just not keeping up. It's like that certain stories. Like, if you're lucky, you get some mortar shells. And if you're very lucky, you get a gun with ammo. But you either get a gun or you get some ammo. Good. Just add steam over there, and then we're turning this over there into methanol gas. Alright. We're going to be making a whole bunch of that. We're going to be making this into about 50% more, a little bit less than that. It's 40% more, isn't it? Methanol gas, it's 33.3% more. We turned 60 into 80. Which means 200 over there. We're not doing 200, we're doing 100. 100 into 133? Yes, 100 into 133. 133 methanol gas, and that goes straight into plastic, right? Or are we missing a step? Ah, we're still turn it to propene. Not like this. Propene. Which we can also get from naphtha, by the way. But we're doing this one for now. Propene. 100 methanol gas, then we lose 20% of that when we turn that into propene if we steam crack that yet again. Good. We'll steam crack this over here. So let's give it like a little bit of space. And then we're gonna be steam cracking this into propene. You consume up to 75. You make up to 30. We technically make up. We theoretically could make up to 150. So it would be it would be 2 of these. And I think we can even use most of the same boiler over there? Question mark. We might need some more borders. We might also need to move these borders. Let's move these borders. Let's put in the borders at the end. We could put you over there, because then we could do this, we could do that, we could do this, we could do that. That doesn't do much. That and this. There we go. Pom pom pom. You just do the reach around. Can't put prod mods in there either. That's fine. But we can keep collecting the residual gas. And then out comes over here the propane. And now we can go to plastic. Not like this. Plastic. And that just goes straight into a liquefier. Alright. We will probably just be making molten plastic, and then the molten plastic will be shipping to wherever we need it. No, we're not going to make individual plastic bars yet. If we keep on the power poles going in like this and that, and then, wait a minute, let's keep the same distance for these. Which is already wrong. 2, 3, and then we're going to get ourselves the liquefier out again. Plastic recipe number 1. You consume 60, you consume 60. You over there, you make 60, and you make 60. I'll keep it like that. They're not going to be running at full efficiency, but they're going to be running efficient enough. Do I need to be concerned? They're holding it together. What I maybe need to be concerned about is, and that might actually be the problem. Well, we got enough of those. But I'm looking at this chest over there. Are we out of bots? No. We got 1,000 of these heavy defense walls in the logistic warehouse. There's none on the way. At the same time, there's almost no bots actually in use. So, why is that? The wall on green chest, yes, that's why. That is correct. Which means we need to turn some of these into red chests. I usually use red chests, green chests over here, so that wherever we make stuff, we can put it back. But this stuff needs to be into red chests. For all of the good walls, like this guy over there as well. We'll probably never need to put the walls back. We can basically check what's missing over there for these chests. So the turrets, for example, could do the same with those. And the artillery shells, absolutely. Don't say I eat English, but you're vollgefressen. Even feels like my belly is bursting soon. You're just stuffed, mate. What did you eat? Alright, the artillery shells are already in red chests. What was the other thing? The turret stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we never ever need to put the turrets back. Turrets. They're over here somewhere, aren't they? I looked at them yesterday, and I'm pretty sure they were over here somewhere. Look, with my nose again. Okay, I'm turning blind officially, I think. There's too much going on over here. There's not even that much going on now. They're not over there. And the turrets. Where the fuck are the turrets? Alright. Machines, guns. There they are. Let's only do it for the latest turrets. There we go. Alright, anything else we need to put into there? I don't think so. At least not for now. That should make things a little bit better. Alright, alright, alright. You over there? Good. Just add steam to this. And now we can go back again to how much steam do we need? I don't think we need to worry too much about how much steam we're going to need over there. We're just going to make ourselves like 3 machines over there for steam. And I think that will be enough. Like one over there. We can actually place them just like this. That'll work. Only a big salad with cheap cheese and the pizza bread rolls and filled with salami and cheese. Those pizza bread rolls, don't underestimate those. I kind of have the feeling that sometimes those pizza bread rolls just still yeast rise in your stomach, which is most of the time the reason why you're so full. But that's just me suspecting of that happening. Could be very different. Alright, there should be water over here somewhere. Down there. Kind of also reminded me when I was going for some pizzas with my friends. And I was like, oh, I'm kind of hungry. I will probably order like some pizza rolls extra as a starter. And it will probably be fine. So I ordered some pizza rolls before my big pizza. And then they brought the pizza rolls out. And those pizza rolls in total were bigger than the pizza. And I was just like, ah, shit. Well, I ordered them. Might as well eat them. Also, I think you're missing something. You're missing concrete bricks, apparently. Really? We are wait, we probably broke concrete bricks at some point in time. Concrete bricks are being made over there. And they're currently not being made over there because we're missing concrete. And we're missing concrete because we're missing cement. And we're missing cement because we're missing silicon powder. And we're missing silicon powder because that's just not being done anymore. Well, it used to be done over there. Is it still being done over there? Ah! Speaking of things I forgot to fix after the upgrade. There we go. Didn't even notice that. Good. Now that's all fine. The only thing that's missing over there is an inserter. So, have an inserter. But wait a minute. That's for glass mixture. Wait a minute. That's something different. That also requires silicon powder. But what we miss over there is something more like this, right? Because we're missing the silicon powder that we need over there. There we go. That's what we're missing. You want a bit having a pizza being in the next room? Nice. Alright, then we'll make the concrete that we need. And then all of this over here will start making tier 1 liquid plastic. Tier 2 liquid plastic will be next. Plastic again. Have another peek at it. There it is. We researched this. Naphtha and polyethylene. Alright. Polyethylene. That will be coming out of ethylene gas. Alright. Ethylene gas is benzene. Wait a minute, that's benzene. Ethylene. Wait a minute. Something is missing. Ethylene gas. That's what we get from steam cracking a ethane gas. There we go. And the ethane gas is right over there. That is a ethane gas. Yes, it is. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna place you the same way as we placed the other one. Right over there. You're gonna be steam cracking a ethane gas. You do that at the same speed as you. We make ethane gas at a lower rate. We make a total of 60 ethane gas. That's 22.5. That's 45. That's a little bit more than what we need. So that's what you are going with. Good. Here we go. And at the end of it, we need to figure out what we're going to be doing with all this residual gas. That will come at the end of it. Good. You're down making ethylene gas. Alright. And then, before we... polyethylene will be the next step. Ethylene gas will then go straight into polyethylene into a chemical plant. So, next step will be a chemical plant. Yeah, let's expand this out a little bit more. We also need some lamps over here. It's kind of dark. There we go. Good. Chemical plant next. There we go. Place it over here. You are then gonna go into polyethylene. That will consume up to 137 of the ethylene gas, which we are definitely making over here. This makes maximum 90 per second, and we already know that we're not maxing it out, and you eat more than 90 per second. So that'll be fine. The only thing you will need next to that is gonna be the catalyst machine, which we can place over there. You are gonna be doing the blue metal catalyst. There it is. And we're just gonna use some long hands. There we go. To take care of this and that. Excellent. John Megacycle. Hello there. It's not a unicycle. It's a John Megacycle. Hey there, mate. Thank you so much for the lovely raid. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Tell me. Tell everybody. It's important. I just do it like this. There we go. And of course, all of this residual gas over there will also go anywhere. Also, here he is. Load up the new Factorio map. Factorio mod, enjoyed it greatly. Okay, which one are you playing? If you don't have the girlfriend mod installed, you're doing it wrong. You have to install the girlfriend mod. How else can you play Factorio these days? Dimension Warp, again Warptorio. I have not touched that one yet. At some point in time, I also need to do that. But there's just so much to do in Factorio, as always. We're currently playing our lovely little game of Bobs and Angels with a whole bunch of other mods installed on top of the hill. We're finally going into a little bit better plastic production over here. As our initial plastic setup, a single machine over here making molten plastic is just not doing it well enough anymore. We require way more plastic, and we mostly require plastic to make artillery shells because we are surrounded by all kinds of fun and stupid creepy crawlies that have way too much health and are just way too big for whatever. And we require plastic to make all kinds of great artillery shells, which we'll be then showering over them. I love my layout. My layout is always just like, just make it. Just go for it. I'm also usually kind of fond of just making two-way track or single two-way track the entire time. But then at the same time, we don't really have that many trains going around yet, so it's not really like we need that much track right now. But it's all coming together nicely. We also got this big mess over here. The starter base sadly is already gone, but instead we now got this nice little nitric acid making machine over here. We're not really using much nitric acid yet. We can export it over here, but we mostly need that over here to make explosives because we need to make even more artillery shells. But artillery shells also requires plastic, and that's what we're doing right over here. Good. So you would technically be able to make polyethylene. And then we turn that straight up into Plastic Mark II, right? That is going to be one more chemical plant for polyethylene and a little bit of naphtha on top. So that will be the final step over there. Plastic Mark II. You consume up to 27.5 polyethylene liquid per second. You make over there up to 68. I'm kind of having the feeling we need a lot of these. Are we going to be maxing you out? That's of course a good question. Again, we're making 60. Yeah, 60 ethane over there, which we upgrade. What is that ratio? 3 to 4? 3 to 4. So, oh, actually 60 goes in, 80 comes out. We can just use that number directly. So we're making up to 80 ethylene gas per second. Ethylene gas over there will then be converted half down into polyethylene liquid. So we get 40 polyethylene out of that. And then we will need 2 of these, because one of these eats 27 and 2 of these eat 55. So that will be fine. That will then be where our polyethylene will be going out into. You go into there, you go to there. Add some naphtha to the mix. I'm stuck. Add some naphtha to the mix, and ready is plastic Mark II as well. We do need to do Mark 1 and Mark II at the same time. Actually, do it over there. There we go. Good. But that will then be making more plastic over there once we have the parts for that as well. The naphtha, we could just pipe it in from this refinery. We are full of naphtha over there. It makes more use of naphtha. We could send it over via a train. Could think about that, but it's not that far. It's like just over there. It's not like we are sending like liquids from over there to over there via a train. We do need to think about how we do the catalyst over here, though. Gold and titanium. I don't really want to belt it over there. We might need either some kind of specialized train. We could technically put the catalyst frames on a train. I have to think about that. Alright, doesn't matter. Multiple things to do over there. Whatever. We'll do it step by step. And then sadly, for the butane gas, we don't have the tech for that one yet. So we can't do that process yet, but at least we have all of this. And as we have said, we're probably just going to be punching all of this into a train. And then from the train, we're going to send out the liquid plastic to wherever we need. How's the Italic going? Oh, Italic is fine. Here. I mean, Italic had the biggest issue that the logs he was writing were bigger than the window we kept open for the log rotation. And because of that, he would just sometimes just kind of write his brains out, and he would then be like running out of memory and stuff like that. Also, the bleeping will be fine. Yeah, nothing to worry about. But ever since the server upgrade, or the server reboot more or less, not really the reboot, I completely redid the server. From that weird Arch setup I made myself into a proper NAS setup using OpenNAS, FreeNAS, what was it again? TrueNAS, the other one. Which also makes memory handling a little bit easier, because I was basically I never really mounted. No, it's the other way around. And I think they fixed that in the bot Docker container. But the biggest problem was I had some memory prepared for the bot where it could store its configuration and stuff like that. But the logs would not go in there. The logs would stay inside of the container. But the container itself was using the main disk for storage. And the main disk was just like a 60 gigabyte SSD. Now, of course, I could do some more fancy mounting shenanigans to mount enough space so that we could get that bot, to stop that bot from running out of memory the entire time. But I just redid the NAS. I also kind of added 3 new drives. I replaced that old drive that was kind of broken in there, and now everything is tip-top fine. So, nothing to worry about. Alright, liquid provider. Let's place you right over there. You're going to be plastic, the molten kind. Here it is. And then we also need to think about what we're going to be doing over there with the residual gas. Good. You're going into there. I'm almost completely immune to the bleeping. Like, if just wolves could stop making a bleep. And bots flying into the fire. That would be so good. But sadly, you can't deactivate individual bleeps. You can just deactivate all the bleeps, which makes it kind of shit. Alright, oh, why are you stuck in there? There we go, get out of there. Oh, I guess we're back to more residual gases? We are back to more residual gases. Fire picture bolt with an impact gun and some hard drives? Nah, it wasn't that bad. Alright, what do we do with the residual gas then? Residual gases, there they are. Residual gases are required for the petroleum jelly. They are going to be required for some of the medium gas fracturing for natural gas liquids. We could feed them back into the machine. We can use them for the advanced heavy oil refining, which will make more base mineral oil and less fuel oil and less naphtha. We can turn them, we require them for lubricant. We could turn them into liquid fuel if we combine them up with fuel oil. We can turn it into synthesis gas, which I think is the way we need to go. So we turn that into synthesis gas, and synthesis gas we could just turn into solid fuel if we would want to, with adding some coke. We could... Ooh. This might be good. Advanced... Oh, that requires an advanced gas refinery. Alright, alright. We do have this available. We could pump synthesis gas back into the gas refinery and turn this over here into advanced gas refineries, which might cause us to have an off by 1 error, but we still have an off by 1 space in there. That'll be fine, but we would need some advanced gas refineries for that, of which we can already make some of them. I'm pretty sure that we're not making them yet in terms of automation. So let's put one of these down real quick, and then we can just turn the synthesis gas back in there and just turn that into more methane gas. That will nudge this actually quite significantly. These over there are running at a rate of 33.3 natural gas liquids. These over there will be running at half the rate. But we'll be making up to 15 methane gas per second, whereas you over there are making 16. So it will not nudge this too much, but it will nudge this quite significantly. Alternatively, we could just keep this as a stage 1 refinery and then make this as a stage 2 refinery somewhere else. Because the stage 1 refinery will always work. This one over there, it will always work like this, nothing to worry about. But this one over there would then definitely have a bigger impact. On top of that, we can also, of course, use the gas condensates that will go and push it more into butane, or we add residual gas straight into it, and that will even it out a little bit more. But this is definitely a different kind of process. Alternatively, synthesis gas. We can turn that into purified water and methanol gas with some green metal catalyst. And green metal catalyst is something we can easily make. We already know how to do that. We can also turn it into naphtha with red metal catalyst. That might not be too bad of an idea. Red metal catalyst is just copper and iron. It's cheap as fuck. Carbon monoxide is also just a little bit of coal, a little bit of processed coal. It's just carbon. Sorry. Yeah, the plasma gun is definitely helping. Shoot him, please. He's in range. Turn around. Oh, he's dead. I can't play Victoria watching your stream. The bleeps are everywhere, man. We can maybe tone down the bleeps a bit. Wait a minute. Sound. Where are the bleeps? The alerts. Yeah, put them on 39. Alright. But, yeah, the synthesis gas, we could just turn that into naphtha. And then maybe from naphtha, we could go into the other process. One moment, please. Naphtha. Here it is. Because of naphtha, we could yet again go straight up into methanol, if I remember it correctly. Syngas, no, into propene. So, and propene is basically the step that we need for plastic tier 1 again. So, pum. Red metal catalyst and 150 syngas turns into 100 naphtha. And then 100 naphtha, wait, that's the wrong process. 100 naphtha with more red metal catalyst will turn into 100 propene. That sounds like a very good idea. Because the tier 1 plastic recipe is still kind of decent, and we can just do that right over there. Good, let's capture and carry over the lovely, lovely gas first. Yeah, how about we connect you over there? We also do you. That's all the same gas. Let's take the pipe out from over there. No, wait. There we go. And we send this stuff all the way over there. I guess we need some cracking units. It was. Pump, pump, pump. Steam cracker. Let's put one down real quick. Residual gas into syngas. There we go. Good. And then the next step is gonna be chemical plant. Maybe. Synthesis gas, carbon monoxide into naphtha. And I think we crack it now. It's not the chemical plant of that, right? Liquefier? What is it? Steam shows a 1.1 gigabyte update for Xenonauts 2 for you. Nice. We're going to be playing some more Xenonauts 2 tomorrow because the Anno sponsorship has been pushed back by a week. Because the release has been pushed back by a week. Naphtha. Naphtha into ethylene in another steam cracker. Okay. Pom, 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 pom. So there will be a lot more Xenonauts tomorrow, and hopefully less rage-inducing as yesterday. Yesterday was a bit much, man. Fun, but much. Alright, let's make this into a ratio. You make up to 56.2, you consume up to 103. That means 2 of these actually fit into 1 of these. Excellent. You make up to 68.7, you eat up to 37.5. That's not exactly a 2-to-1, but I'm just gonna say it's a 2-to-1. And we're just gonna believe that. Also, all of these over here require a red metal catalyst. We can do something else over here then. If we then take ourselves the assembly machine, and put the assembly machine over here, and we put you, say, over there. Then we can do this, we can do that. Maybe balance them out in the middle like this. There we go. We're gonna manage the overrides. And then we kind of realize that we need 2 sides over there at least. But we place you over there then, and you over there. And don't do it like this. Instead, we just do it like this. And that. With in, out, out. Good, just add steam to the mix. The underground pipe should be long enough for this, right? Perfect. Out comes more of the propene. You over there, you're going to do the red metal catalyst stuff. You're going to be flip-flopping all of this and doing the flip-flop boogie-woogie. Whereas you go in like this. Be a bit of a weird connection, but I guess this will be fine. All of that goes into there. Excellent. And then just put in the residual gas and the steam over there. And we will be happy about that over there. And this over there. Push back by at least a week. Nah, they said it's going to be a week. They already kind of rescheduled it for the release like on next Friday. And I don't think they want to reschedule it again. And I'm pretty sure somebody in there is kind of sweating their balls off right now trying to fix it. It was also only a safe corrupting bug, so I guess it's somewhere where probably the... it could be anything, actually. But I guess it's probably just a serialization of some kind of state that's maybe wrong or something like that, or maybe a binary object that's not really well defined, which is kind of surprising actually that it can happen, because that should be fundamental stuff and shouldn't break that often. But then again, you know how it is with bugs. Anything can break, everything will break. Break. Good. That also covers all of the inserters. Excellent. Alright, so how much do you consume? 37.5 twice. How much do we make? Not that much actually. It's 7.5 over here. Let's just assume absolute numbers, that all of these are running at full speed. That's 15, that's 30, that is 60, 67.5, and then all of these over there, that is 75, that is gonna be 90. Plus maybe whatever we make in that other machine. These over here are consuming 75. If we make 2 of these, we'll be at 150, and I think that will be fine. Good. Also, let's place a power pole over there, and a power pole over there, and most importantly, a rubber pole over there. Still not quite sure we're going to be doing the red metal catalyst over there in terms of bringing in the ores for that. We could just put the ores on a tray and call it a day. It would be a bit excessive. Also, we're running out of research over there. Do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that. There you go. The last one didn't click, don't worry about it. Good. And then we just add some steam to it. We will still need the last step, the steam track over there, which will then turn the propene into ethylene. How much propene are we technically making over here? We can yet again assume that these are running at full speed. And if they are running at full speed, we're going to get about 75, 150 propene per second. And actually, you take 75 and you make half of that. No, that's the wrong machine we're looking at. Wait, we're looking at the correct machine over there? Wait. You're making propane gas. That's methane into methanol. It's this step. We're already at this step then. Alright. And this eats 60. You make 37.5, 75, 150. That will be 3 of these. Which we could technically place... We could place them over here. In the middle. Why not? Not like we're going to be putting anything else over there. Alright. So you get one, you get one, you get one, and you get one. There we go. Let's move these over there. Give you all of this. Give you all of that. And that will be that. There we go. And then just add copper and iron to the mix and a little bit of steam again. How much steam do we need? 150. You make 60, so we'll need 3 of these. 1, 2, 3 of the same recipe. Actually, we need a little bit more than that. We also require steam over there. 37.5, that's 75, 150. Double that, we need 300. We need 5 of these. There you go. 5 electric boilers. Our power budget is gonna go like... Good. We're gonna connect them to the same water pipe over there. I think it will be fine. Let's see, let's go down over there. Let's go over there. On the height of this water pipe. And there we go. Alright. Turning all of our residual gas into more plastic. That sounds like a great idea. And more liquid plastic, that is. Now the bigger question is, of course, how do we get copper and iron over there? We are making, of course, copper and iron over there. And we're probably backing up on copper and iron. Which means we might want to try to sneakily extract copper and iron out there. This would also be the start of us starting to think about how we're going to be doing ore trains later on. But where do we even place a train station for that? We could just fish it out all the way over there and make the train stations all the way over there. Because I'm not making a train station in there. That's never going to happen. So we could start thinking. I also don't really want to build too much for there because this is wall space. Maybe pull it down further south. We could pull it over here. But if we're already over there, well, it's only going to be a temporary station, which will. It says temporary. It's going to be around for at least 100 hours. But we could make the train station all the way over there. And then we just drive it over here somewhere. Which means we're gonna need 2 providers. How about one over there for copper? And one over there for iron. What will it take? I like it. Do that. Yeah, catch you by a little bit. Sure, go for this. Power pole over there. Absolutely do not connect this. You can't connect that, it'll be fine. Place you over there. That's too far away? Really? Alright, don't place it over there. These fucking power poles. Sometimes you just kind of want to place them down, and they're gonna be like, no. That's too far away. And you're just gonna be like, why? How is this too far away? I'm next to the fucker. Oh, wait a minute. It's because it's not placed yet. Ah, I sometimes forget that. By the way, iron is right over there as well. We already have like a weird iron belt coming over here. There we go. You're good to go. Which means we need a weird copper belt. Then we have a weird copper setup over here. We got a copper setup all the way over there. Ugh. Oh. How about we try this? Also, what used to be in there? Cobalt. Okay. That's too long. There we go, that should be fine. Alright, now over here. And that will be copper. That should work, right? Alright, let's speed up these inserters because they're still using old inserters. Last belt, smart belt plug? You mean down there? We can fix it in a second. Good, but copper's coming in as well. Alright, so we got copper and iron now on the train station. We do need some signals over here though. That's gonna be a end station. Wait, no, over there. End station, end station. Entry station, entry station. That can be an exit. Good. And then all of this over there is also fine. Let's put this one on over there. To turn that into its own little side block. And then we don't need to worry about anything at all. Good. And then we're going to make 2 more train stations down here. To pick it up again. Requesting stations. Let's just go... What is this? Oh. That's some... alien frost glands. Good. Let's request you over there. This is going to be copper. This is going to be iron. We don't really need to connect to the bottom over there. That'll be fine. You, and you. Wait. That's on the wrong side. You, and you. And only that. Make them blue. We should probably upgrade those blueprints into something more adequate. Alright, I guess we can immediately make ourselves a half and half pot over there. Alright, you over there, and you over there. With you over there. Excellent. And now we just need to wait. Well, we should maybe also power up the train station. That will probably also help. Also, something is being eaten and destroyed. It's fine. Good. Let's just connect you to this one over there. There we go. There we go. And there we go. And while we're at it, delete all of this. And maybe place the robot port right over there. There you go. Alright. That should hopefully do for plastic at least a little bit. The butane gas over there will back up over time. And we have not done the catalyst for the other one either yet. We could put in... This is going to be an important plastic facility. But I think it might be even important to put in a temporary, optional overflow over here for the plastic process. Don't like doing this, but it's definitely the possibility that... Okay, there's no power over there yet. Perfect. I don't want this facility over here to stop. That's more or less what I'm trying to say over here. So you're only going to be enabled if vein gas is larger than 345,000. Venting butane, what could go wrong? Ah, I think it will be fine, right? Not really a big fan of it, but making plastic is important. And this is also something I kind of dislike about things like pilots sometimes. Sometimes, I mean, I don't mind getting methane, ethane, and butane out of this. But instead of the only option of us having is to vent it, give me some kind of shit process I can throw it into. I mean, I would rather not vent it. I would rather use it for something. I mean, the shit process exists. We could just throw it into a power plant, but I don't really want to make a power plant out of it either. Yeah, for the steam generation, that is actually correct. We could just throw it into there. Up to the point where we then need them for everything else. I mean, we could set up a project over here. Yeah, let's actually do that. Yeah. Kick these out. Let's make a centralized steam work. Let's centralize steam. We maybe also want to put some lamps in over there. Okay, picking these up by hand takes so long. Let's centralize steam. Maybe over here somewhere, or maybe on top. Maybe on top will be fine. We are still going to add electric boilers to the mix. We need at least 8, because I've got 8 in my pocket. Let's put one down real quick. You're going to be doing this. 2, 3, 4, and then make it a coil or something like that. I could even place it. We could even do it all the way over here. There's so much space over here which we're not using for anything. Let's do it over there. Good. That will be like the steam coil. And then on top of that, we can use over here in Bob's, we can use the fluid burning heat source. That's probably way too many. That's way too much. I mean, okay, we need to calculate how much they eat. They consume up to 2 megawatts per second. And if we go for the ethane gas, if it does back up, ethane gas will make up to 390 kilojoules. So we take 2 megajoules and turn that into 2000 kilojoules. And we divide that by 390 kilojoules. Which will tell us that each one of those boilers eats up to 5 per second. We are making... Actually, they consume 5.12 per second. We will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 of these to make the steam for that. Okay, that's a lot. That would just be for the ethane. And for the butane, we're making 20 per second. But butane also has a higher energy value. Butane sits at 710. So we do 2000 and divide that by 710. That would be 2.8 per second. And then 20 divided by 2.8, that is about 8. I'll just go for 8. And then we're going to realize that this got a lot bigger than I expected it to be. So we're going to move it again. Unless we squish it in differently. And the high speed, how are you doing? Alright, that could work, maybe. We are missing one part of it there. We are missing the part where we are putting in the heat exchangers. Let's just put in one each. How much heat are we making? That's the other question. Because we could do this a little bit more compact. Let's see. Move you around a little bit. Let's put you over there for a second. That's gonna be a bit more efficient in terms of heat. There we go. Good. How much heat is this now gonna make? We could just take the face value, which would mean that it's gonna be like 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 megawatts of heat. And you over there, you consume up to 10. This will be 20. You do like a little bit more than that. We could overbuild it a bit. That's also fine. And then we can also still keep you around, like this over there somewhere. That looks now a little bit better. Can we wire these up? We sure can. Alright. And then we got you. Then we got you. We're gonna need a small inline tank. Inline tanks are over here. Good. We're gonna need the water pump connection. Ah, fuck. That's not gonna work. We can't put water in the boiler. Well, we can put water in the boiler, but not where we are trying to put it into. There we go. Good. We're gonna wire these all up. You're only gonna be enabled if steam is less than 5,000. You're about to fire up everything on Novice again? Ooh. It's a nice change-up mod? Oh, wait. Oh, is that you do Space Age entirely on Novice? Is that it? I don't think I know that one. Alright, and then instead of putting them into there... I see. So you're doing Gleba on Novice. That sounds kind of horrible. Does this reach? Nope. But now it does. Gleba is horrible anywhere. Once you get Gleba going, Gleba is actually a lot of fun. But getting to the point of getting Gleba going is usually the point where it's very annoying. I got a personal playthrough of Victorio. I'm playing on the side every now and then. And at the moment I'm optimizing Gleba. And once Gleba is like rolling, as it is right now, it's so much fun. But before you get to that point, it's just gonna be like, ugh. There we go. That should fit. Yeah, that fits. Alright, and now we just need to make sure that we connect the correct one with the correct liquid. The bottom liquid goes over there, the top liquid goes over there. Just add water, and out comes steam. Stompers get angry so fast. Yeah, but once you get into like electric turrets, those stompers don't do much anymore. Like a single Tesla turret says no to a stomper. It's gonna be like, no! Or some rocket turrets around that also just go like, no. And then we just need to add the water. And guess what? That water pipe, this one over there, we can actually keep this pipe. Let's do it differently. You're fine. You go all the way over there. Put that into water. And over there we take the water out. We turn that into steam. You see, with stumper, 2 large stumpers and 4 Tesla turrets are kind of useless. Alright, and then we just go over there and over there. We reconnect you. We also need steam over there, right? Which I think we've never done anything about. So how about we connect you over there? There we go. And last but not least, we're back to this pipe. I should have probably left this pipe because I'm just going to rebuild this pipe again. There we go. Good. And now we got steam centralized over here. We're still using the electric boilers over there to make steam. But instead of burning this stuff off over there, once we reach like our storage capacity, instead we're just going to throw that over here into these fluid burners and start turning that into steam as well. Windsinger! Hello there! Welcome, 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 welcome. And then we're just going to hope that it doesn't back up, you know? Alright, what about those copper and those iron trains? You should be getting a train soon. Oh. Map. And you are iron. You're copper. Also, something is being hit hard. Oh, that's shit. No, it's fine. It's just fine. Don't. We can't completely ignore these alerts. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, we do need to make some catalysts. And actually, I still have some catalyst making materials in my pocket. Make 20, 40. How much do we need? You can hold yet again 20 in there, plus like 2 in there, 2 in there, and 2 in there. Yeah, 20. Good. And then this way around, we can make a whole bunch of liquid plastic. Why did you stop? Oh, of course, because the residual gas is backing up, and we're trying to take care of that over there. So you get 20, you get the other 20. And now we just need to wait for the copper train and the iron train. The copper train, oh, the copper train is going to take a while. That looks kind of somber. What we can do, just to get the process started, because we don't need that much copper. We just need like a little bit. Simrock, you going to bed? On time? Congratulations, man. Must feel good. Have a good sleep. My sleep cycle is, again, doing the limbo dance, I guess. I woke up at 2 p.m. today, which I guess is fine. You had a nap from 4 to 8? Oof. AM or PM? PM. Oof. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Alright, the iron train should be coming in soon, but the copper we'll just put in manually into the station. There we go. Ah, yes. I was like, why is this only a half belt? Because it is a half belt. There we go. Good. And then we just need to wait for the iron train to come in. And then plastic production over there will be unlocked. Worst case, you'll miss a meeting I could care less about. Yeah. If you miss it and they didn't need you, then you shouldn't even be there. There's the train we're looking for. Good. And this will then turn into catalytic cracking of our stuff over there. Oh shit, we're missing the carbon monoxide. Fuck! I forgot! Alright, carbon monoxide. Also, let's have a quick peek over here. I kind of have the feeling that some of these belts are backing up. Well, they are somewhat backing up. Carbon monoxide requires carbon. Am I willing to put carbon monoxide or carbon on the train yet? We could. We maybe should. I don't really wanna. I don't wanna. What we do need over there is at least 2 of these to stop the flickering. Carbon monoxide. We have a pipe of carbon monoxide over here as well, I think, somewhere. Carbon dioxide we have. Alright. Yeah, we need carbon monoxide for this process over there. That requires a little bit of carbon. Also, that's the old process, we don't care about that. We could just belt the carbon over. I'm just going to belt the carbon over. Carbon is not that important. I don't really want it on the train yet. But we do need to make some carbon monoxide. I think we do that in the liquefier. Liquefaction. And we might need some water for that as well. Let's put you over there for a second. And we're going to go for... It's already over there. Carbon monoxide. Yeah, it requires purified water. And you make up to 75 carbon monoxide. And we need about... What is that? 68, 75? One of these will be enough. Good. Like that. Yep, over there. We need a little bit of purified water. I think we can still grab ourselves some purified water. Don't we have a purified water process over here somewhere? No, that was all over there. Ish. We got some water going over here. We could technically take some of the steam over there and turn it back into water. I think, is it in the cooling tower? Yep. Just to the south, there's a power plant with water purification. Yeah, but this is accounted for. This water is 100% accounted for. I think. Maybe we're actually a little bit over. It's 150, 300, 600 that we need. And we make we make actually a little bit extra. Why are we making extra? Wait a minute. Let's count again. 75, 150, 300, 600. Oh, each of these has 1 extra. Alright. Miscalculation from my side. Fair enough. We could do this, but this feels like such a stupid idea. Yeah, I think we can tap in a little bit of water over there. It'll be fine. I have overcompensated over there. Then again, I would rather overcompensate than undercompensate. Which also kind of means that we can... let's just put the pipe up there, it'll be fine. Definitely a better idea than that weird condensation trick I was trying to do. Alright, the carbon. There's a belt of carbon right over there. We're just going to grab it from over there. Pum. There we go. We've arrived. Don't worry about it. Good. I think we need to assist with this belt. It's being built. It's coming in. That's all fine over there. That's all fine over there as well. Good, and then with the carbon monoxide finally there, we can turn this into naphtha again, and then the naphtha over there with the steam that's still missing. Wait a minute. go. With the steam that's still missing, we can turn that into propene. And then we can turn the propene over there into lovely, lovely, lovely liquid plastic. One thing we can do over here is we can give each one of these a speed module. And each one of these some prot modules. We could maybe even go full prot. How much do we lose in terms of speed with the prot modules? Only 5%. We are definitely overcompensating over here. Because we consume up to 180. And we're making over there 150. Losing 15%. It will be 27. 180 minus 27. That will be fine. Go full prot. And same over there. We are also overcompensating over there. Go full prot for the plastic. It's not going to give us a lot. Also, we need naphtha over here. We could just... I mean, this naphtha is, well... That actually is not a stupid idea, making that naphtha over there. But... Yeah, we will need some kind of tank for that. We can definitely ask for naphtha from over there. Let's do that real quick. There we go. That will be over there. Let's move you up a one. Horrible. Let's keep you there. And we'll just pull you out a little bit further. We're gonna need some kind of inline tank over here. Pum 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 pum. Inline tanks over there. Let's just keep this process going for now. But for these over there, same thing. We're probably overcompensating as well. Hey there, Zach, how you doing? Also, we're still flickering quite a bit over here. But I think this time we're flickering because we're actually maxing out the power grid. No, we're not. A little bit, but not too much. Okay, we're flickering because sometimes certain sets of machines over here are just... Oh, it's the boilers. Every time the boilers start, we get a massive flicker. And how are the biters doing? Everything is fine. Alright, you over there. You're only going to be enabled if naphtha. If naphtha is above, say, 5,000. Good. So we're turning all the residual gas that we're making over here for the plastic process into naphtha. The naphtha will go into the other plastic process over here first. If and only if we start making blue metal catalyst over here, once we put in some gold and some titanium. That will be a problem for a different date. But that naphtha can then go into here. Then we can make even more molten plastic out of this. But if we can't put it into there, we will then start putting the naphtha into this process over there, which will then turn it into more propane gas, which will then turn it into more plastic either way. Imagine Bobs and Angels for SpaceX. It would be different, alright? I mean, Bobs and Angels has one thing going for it, which will make it kind of hard to integrate with certain other things, and that's how ores are being processed. Whereas in SpaceX, you mostly just get like your ores from direct fields. There's like no ore handling like that. Also, how are the biters doing? The biters are fine. We're currently working on more explosives and more plastics so that we can make more shells. And once we start making more artillery shells, we will have less biters. It's gonna be that easy. More shells equals less biters. And we're currently working on that. Good. But for that, we need more explosives. That's been done over there. For that, we also needed more plastic. That's been done over there. Are the two of the sides residual gas connected? If you mean these over here, yes, these are connected. If you mean over there, these are definitely also connected. You can see the pipe over there, the residual gas pipe. I can't move my mouse, but you can see it properly, kind of clear on stream. Let's go to all the machines, and everybody's kind of happy with that. Alright, plastic, liquid variant, fluids over the last 10 minutes. Yeah, it's looking better. For the naphtha. I mean, we're making this stuff, so it's definitely working. And the naphtha is going over there, but we're not doing this process yet. So this process is not working. This process is definitely also working because we got ethylene gas over there. And these are working. I'm pretty sure it's all connected. Is the evolution already maxed? Not yet. We have not seen the scary biters yet. We're at 0.88. I guess at 0.9 is where the shit starts to happen. So, looking forward to that. Lab research speeds? Not that we need it. Magnet train ramps. Yes, please. Train bridges? Why not? Better accumulators? Go for it. Laser turrets Mark III? Absolutely. Payload wagons? Sounds like fun. Modern drum magazines? Yes. Automobilism too? Why not? Nah, this process over here seems to be working. And again, sorry, plastic. I wanted to check up something over here for fluids. Yeah, it's now balancing itself out. We are up from about, let's say, 600 per minute or 10 per second, all the way up to 3,200 per minute. So 5 tupled, almost 6 tupled. Excellent. That should be good for plastic. Now, before we can order in the molten plastic, we need to find a place where we're going to be using the plastic. I mean, we already have places over here that are making use of this plastic pipe over there. So we can make a train station pretty much anywhere and just hook up to that plastic pipe, and then I guess they will be happy. Because we need the plastic over here for the red circuits. Red circuits are backing up again, so that is good. But we mostly need the plastic, I guess, for the cannon shells, right? Because these guys over here, they want plastic bars. Lots of them. The naphtha tank is definitely connected as well. It's connected over here. It's connected over there. Oh, I see what you mean. This part. There we go. Not that it matters too much, because technically we don't really want to export too much. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Alright, alright. How's our little Tiberium field doing? That's maybe not set over there. Ah, look at the little brick over there. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a dude. I was like, what the hell? Alright, the field itself is already up back to over 500,000. Still slowly growing. How are these fields doing? Yeah, we're still consuming it from the side for now. I guess that's fine. I don't mind if this field turns blue, because blue Tiberium... Uh-oh. Wait, what? Okay, maybe we do care about the blue Tiberium. Wow, that was fast. How much blue Tiberium do we have in the storage over there? More than enough. I guess it's about time that we start ordering blue Tiberium via the train. That would be over here somewhere. Yeah, we don't need you. Alright, this is gonna be an exit. There we go, there we go. That's an entrance. That's an exit. Wait a minute. This is gonna be an entrance. Other way around. Entrance into station 4 Blue Tiberium. Make it so and make it fast. Inputs, outputs. There we go. Actually, we no longer need that. Actually, let's keep it. There might still be some blue Tiberium coming in from the top. There you go. You still have to get the top processor, it's only get after the tank is 5k? Yes. That should be fine. But also at the moment, it's... because we have the residual gas, that's fine. But why is that now? Because... out of steam? Remember that pipe I just broke? Yeah? There we go. Alright, there's the blue Tiberium we've been desperately waiting for. Even here, even here. Good. And that'll get power going again. Also, they'll make this Tiberium field of it going again, because I'm pretty sure they were kind of backed up by the blue. Not really. They're backed up by green now. They're backed up by blue a little bit. Green Tiberium should be going to this process. Something is... no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. There's still quite a bit of green Tiberium available over there. Let's just make it so that this one over there empties out a little bit more balanced. Good, but we should be decent for blue Tiberium again. I mean, we are using a blue Tiberium at a decent rate, but not at a super fast rate. If we go to Tiberium real quick, mostly the blue kind, and we look over like the last hour or so, 10 hours, ugh, okay. Maybe we do want this top field over there to turn blue. We kind of weeded out some of the... there's some blue Tiberium over there. Yeah, go for it. Make it blue. Because we require blue now more than we require green. Green is also still important. But blue is what we use for our main power plant at the moment. Which is this big chunker. As the green over here for this place, for example, we are going to get rid of this place very soon. I'll pick it up probably after the stream. Whereas the green over here is mostly going to the oil refinery. Because we do need all that naphtha, we do need all that fuel oil. The base mineral oil over there is also going to be very important for all the things we're going to be doing over there. This is turning more and more into a utility machine rather than a power plant, which I guess is also fine how it is. Good. Alright. Also, I'm pretty sure we have researched better pump checks. They got more mining speed. That seems like a great idea. Let's start making them. You there. Pump jack, pump jack, pump jack. Make it so. Alright, but at least now we're doing more blue tiberium over there. That'll be fine. And we don't need to worry too much about power. I mean, we still got 6.6 million blue tiberium over here in the middle. We're not going to get rid of it. We're not going to be touching it. We are just going to be using it. Could curate your fields a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, at the moment we're kind of just like raw eating this field as much as we can. So we can compress it again a little bit. That's fine. More coming over there. Yeah, we're mostly getting attacked because we're now making... Well, we're not really making more shells yet. We would still need to make use of the new plastic. Just over there. A shipment of plastic is going to be like 100,000 liquid units. So, where do we start ordering that in? How about over here? With you over there, and with you, and you over there. Pick up this puffer nest, please. And then we're gonna do a liquid requesting station. I guess it's fine. For plastic. Fantastic. Good. There is the plastic pipe right over here somewhere. There it is. There it is. There it is. Going all the way over there. That is close by enough. How about we start doing something like this? You'll be over there. Give me pipe. This will make the other processes still continue to work. And then on top of that, I'm just going to be putting down, I guess it's just an assembly machine, the plastic, right? It sure is. You over there, plastic bars. Oh, there they are. In green machines, please. Let's also give you some power. Good. And then we're just going to put down some passive provider chests. There we go. Yeah, it's not going to be that fast, right? It's going to be 2.5 items per second. That'll be fine. We can put prop mods in these, right? No, we can't. Boo. But maybe not go all the way like this, just like half chests. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright. Yeah, the bottom left field is getting massive. Also, at some point in time, we were kind of talking about how the fields over there are probably not growing. At some point in time, I moved my mouse over here, like this, and then I kind of realized... Oh. Yeah. The map didn't update, but the tiberium is definitely growing. Same for this field over here, where we kind of looked at it and was like, yeah, that field's not growing, right? Well, yeah. They're growing, all right. They are definitely growing, all right. But we can see a little bit more of the map, especially with the bigger raiders over there. Yeah, I mean, it's not really like we're super losing resources. Later on, we can convert tiberium into other resources if we would want to as well. But we do need to be like a little bit on the ball, which is also kind of the reason why I'm pushing more into explosives, into plastics. Because I'm kind of thinking of building a wall from over there to over there. Cut this part off, and then we can take you under control. And then the same over here. If we maybe manage to clear like this little landing over there, we could either build like a bit of a beachhead or something like that, and then try to push over there, and over there, and maybe close it over there as well, and then we can claim all of this. There's also some sea oil over there, for which we need some special mining operations there. The Tiberium, the gift that keeps on giving, yes. I'm kind of curious to see if there will be more water over there, or if it's actually just gonna be cutting off over there. If that is the case, this could also maybe be like a peninsula or something like that. Then we could do a whole bunch more over there. Get some Tiberium fields that are powering their own containment fences. Yeah, I mean, the containment fences don't really eat that much power. And technically, you could just put down like a simple burning boiler over there, where we just throw the Tiberium straight into a boiler. And then turn that into power, which will probably be making enough power to keep the Tiberium going. But I'm kind of thinking of just making like a Tiberium fence like just over there. To just cut it over there, and then one over there to cut over there, and then just let it sit. Because for most of the fields, we don't really care about most of the fields. We do care about Popmonium, because we still don't really have Popmonium. Our only source of Popmonium is what we are getting from crystallization over there, which is not a lot, but it's something, alright? We're getting some Popmonium out of that, which was also the main source for our silver. And where is silver? Is this silver? That is silver. Alright, we still are doing somewhat decent for silver ore, but the silver process over there has stopped because we're not getting enough Popmonium chunks at the moment. Unless we got some Popmonium chunks in here soon. Okay, we almost have another shipment over here. So at least we're making some silver out of it. At least that is something. About that plastic, did we already get a shipment for that? It's slowing down over here, which I guess is fine. That's not the train yet. Yeah, if we could get the titanium and gold process going over here as well, we would be making a lot more plastic over here, because then we would be getting these two processes over there. And to put it into perspective, without the recycling over there, this process over here makes 26.1 per second, whereas this one over there makes 14.2. And then, of course, we've got like the side project over there, which is also doing 14.2. Getting this in alone is already going to be quite a bit. So then the bigger question is, where do we get titanium from? Titanium ore. We can get it from sapphire crystals, which we're not doing yet. That might not be too bad of an idea. Crotinium is also doing it. Alright. And then, of course, the purification process after that as well. Nova leucoxene over there will give us it in the chunk form. Also some calcium sulfate of that. Adamantine processing does the same. I think it's about time that we start thinking about moving away from this system and start moving into... We don't really have the space for it, though. We need a bit more space. How much gold titanium does catalyst need? Isn't very much. Maybe a question chest could be good enough once we make titanium. Yes, I mean, yeah, we can probably do that with the question chest. The catalyst don't really require a lot. And we could already order in the gold. You are very correct about that, and let's do that as well. But for the copper and the iron, a train will be fine, because we're probably going to need the copper and the iron train sooner or later. Here we go, let's just do 50. And 50. The gold. Is this gold? Gold! That is gold. Yeah, we're not making that much gold. We're making some gold. I guess we're putting it all to gold bars, aren't we? Yeah, we sure are. Well, not that many. Some gold bars. But let's do a split over there. How about right over there? You over there. With you over there. And with you over there. Doesn't really need the best one over there. Just a single stack. There we go. Good. So that we can at least get the gold in. We can do the same for the titanium. But for that we need to do the titanium processing. Now for the titanium processing. That was kind of stupid actually. Why did I build it there? Fuck. I got a plan for that. You can't be there, mate. You can't be down there, though. Alright, let's get over there. Let's help out real quick. I mean, making the crystals is not that hard. We already have a process for that. And then, but yes, I kind of want to do more dedicated sorting and then putting the stuff straight into train stations rather than what we're doing right now in the big pile. The big pile is fine. Don't get me wrong. The big pile is perfectly fine for what it's doing. But we should start moving into a more train-oriented system. And Crystal Catalyst is good for gear processing. We're already doing that as well. Not only are we doing gems over here, which are completely and utterly backed up, we are also doing Crystal Catalyst over there, because we're doing that for the silver. But I'm pretty sure for the titanium, it's probably not Crystal Catalyst, is it? That is Hybrid Catalyst. But maybe not this one. I think there's a better variant for that. Yeah, there we go. Crotinium, rubite, and saphirite crystals. We could do that directly to turn that into titanium. If we had the tech for that, which we can't technically get. Wait a minute, why are we not getting this? Because we need titanium first. Alright, fair enough. Alright, how about we stop doing this for a second? I need some inventory space. That's enough. Have this. Let me do manual insert real quick. Wait. There's a dildo somewhere. There we go. Alright. Good, and then we're just gonna take this thing. Oop, with your power. There we go. And that's gonna be right over there. Wrong recipe. We're gonna adjust the recipe in a second. Pum pum pum. You go down. You go over there. You go past your deep storage. This up on one. Here we go. You over there, you over there. And I think one of these will be enough. Alright, we're gonna swap out the recipe for the crystals. Here we go. Remember when we were trashing over crystal enemy items? Yeah, we can do that again. I only did that so I could pocket craft the catalyst carriers, but we can send them off again. We don't need the stuff anymore. Alright, and then this stuff goes over there. That stuff goes over there. And this stuff goes into a new train station. And we'll be right on top of the old one. Oh. Saphirite chunk crystals. There we go. And we do need to redo this real quick. Might as well maybe also upgrade it into yellow belt or green belt or red belt, whatever we have available. Good. Hey, how long has this been missing a signal or two? How long has that been broken for? Alright, let's do some yellow belts. Now let's do some red belts. There we go. Off we go. Off we go. Good. And then red belt over there as well. Here we go. We might as well do something real quick. There we go. Let's get ourselves an upgrade planner. Upgrade all of this to blue? Can we do a blanket thingamajig? No, we can't really. We can do it like this though. Yellow. Red into blue into blue. On top of that, white underground, yellow underground, red underground into blue, blue, and blue. And then splitter wise, white splitter, yellow splitter, red splitter into blue, blue, blue. I'm not complaining we don't have that. I'm pretty sure we don't have that. But it's also a good thing to do at the end of the stream, because by the start of the next stream, all of this will then be blue. How are you still missing power? Because you're missing power poles, that's why. Because there's no Roboport network over here, right? No, there's not. There we go. That should be fine for that. Make some more of this real quick. There we go. That's already all looking so much better. And then the other thing is gonna be any kind of insert over there, at least where the train station is. I want to turn all of those into blue bulks. And that could be anything. That could be yellow ones. That could be red fast ones. That could be red bulk ones. Or it could be express inserters. And they all go into yellow, blue bulk inserters. There we go. There we go. There we go. We're not going to do that for those machines over there. Those will be fast enough for the inserts they have. But all of these over here should be upgraded into blue bulks. Good. All right. Put you over there. Put you over there. And wire you up over there. To get this process running, the only thing we're going to need over there is going to be some sulfuric acid. Which we actually don't have here yet. Kind of surprising. Sulfuric acid we do have on mass available right over here. There is all the sulfuric acid that we need. I guess we're just gonna be pumping it over then. We also do need to set up the pipe connections over here real quick. So you'll be over there, not over there, you'll be over there. Do this, that, and this. Your process will be sulfuric acid as well. Yours over there will be hydrochloric acid, which is the same as this one over there. And yours over there will be sulfuric acid. So these three over here go together. Which means we can at least use this part over there. But before we get to this part, we will probably need to move the pipe into a better spot. That won't work. It will work if we do this, though. So how about we just do this then? And we just keep ignoring the bleeping. And we now just have to find where the sulfuric acid is. The sulfuric acid is right over there. Good. Alright. What? Okay. You don't have a home? Wait. Oh no, you do have a home. How did we manage to do this? We cut off the frontier sector from everything. It's probably been like that for a while. Alright, make a connection over there. Then we'll connect these. Make a connection, say, like over there. Maybe not in the field. Oh, that's why. Because you ran out of power over there. You were the connecting rubber port for this entire network. Alright. Also, apparently we did have all that blue belt over there. And they just made it. Except over there where there's no rubber port coverage. Which I also kind of think we really do not need. Because this belt definitely does not need to be blue. Nor does this belt over here need to be blue. And even this belt over there does not really need to be blue, but I would rather have it blue. We can always make more blue later. Alright, hey, this process is running, right? It sure as hell is. That means we're now making the crystals over there as well. So we got the Sephirite chunks, and we're now making the Sephirite crystals. Which means if we now start doing the Sephirite crystal sorting, we will need to have a spot to do so. And we should maybe also start thinking what we're going to be doing with the N4 material, because that keeps on piling up. We're not backed up on that stuff yet. But it's coming. Also, we're backed up on nickel again. Which means we're going to use the easy solution for that. And that's just going to be this. There we go. Don't worry about it. I got it solved. Alright. What can we do with the N4? N4. I think we already looked at that a couple times. And every time I looked at it, we just kind of did something else with it. N4 needs to be turned into crushed N4. And crushed N4, we can then turn that into rich dust. Together with the other stuff that we're also making on the side. Or we can turn it into N4 pellets. And we get some slag out of that. Cool. What do we do with the rich dust? The rich dust we could then technically compress into UCA2 Unicomp. And UCA2 is something we can then turn into wars. Wait, what the fuck? I don't think we can just do that. Because I think the Kimota Restructor is either a machine that requires a metric fuck ton of energy, or requires a whole bunch of things I've got no clue how to make. It requires an assembly machine too, a crusher, and an Opnisk reactor cell. I think the crusher is not too hard to do, nor is the form press. We already made a form press. But what is that Opnisk megaphysic? It also consumes a couple of megawatts of power, but that will be fine. This is done with an iron plate, a charged FC, and some more N4 processed. And that's also an actual reactor cell. That's a fuel cell even. And charged F7, That comes from F7 Nutrasil compressed, which is coming from smelt and form yellow dust. And yellow dust is just F7. Okay. That doesn't sound too bad now, does it? Yeah, he's skating again on some turf. Yeah, we should definitely do some of those Yoki processes somewhere. We can probably just belt it out of the main machine over there, because it's not backing up yet, but we need to do definitely something with it very soon. But if we can just combine those two other dusts and then just turn it into any of the ores we want, that would probably help us quite a bit. Can we turn it into any ore? Or is there a limitation? Also, the rich dust over there is just an assembly machine. We turn that then into this thing. And then from over here, we can turn it into wood. We can turn it into uranium. Hey there, mate. How you doing? You can also turn it into green Tiberium. Alright. Turn it into gold. That UCA2 stuff seems kind of cheaty. Not gonna lie. There must be some kind of drawback to it. I'm not seeing it yet. It's also that we can turn any other ore into UCA2 as well. Can you turn it into bobmonium? No, we cannot turn it into bobmonium. We can only turn it into the post-sorted ores, not the pre-sorted ores. Things like silver and stuff like that. This is also a pretty speedy process as well. Alright. Fair. I mean, it's not like we're making like a lot of this N4 stuff. And it's more or less like a free radical, if you kind of figure this. It was 20 dust to 1 UC, so it's fairly expensive, but still free ores. That's fine, I guess. I mean, it's like having like a bit of a Joker card in your ore gamble. I kind of like that. All right. We should set it up soonish. Probably not today though, because it's already getting kind of late. Yeah, the plan for today was mostly get plastic going, and I don't think we got a delivery yet. We are about to get the delivery. Once we get the delivery, plastic will go again, and then we can shoot more of these biters. And once we got like a decent stockpile of existing artillery shells, we can start to make a push. And maybe even place more artilleries and just start pushing them outwards over there. I think I might even just push them down into the Tiberium field over there. So that we can then at least lock the Tiberium field growth from the northern side over there. And then what do we do over here? I mean, I can just make the world's biggest wall starting from over there to go all the way over there. I've got no problem with that. But it's gonna take a while. It's definitely gonna take a while. Same thing over here. We can probably just push them out to the coast over there. And then start building a wall this way. And then start pushing them out downwards over there. I'm a little bit curious to see what's over there. I've already placed a tier 3 radar over here somewhere. There it is. So it's not like we can't push further out over there unless... Sadly, we do not have any uncommon or rare radars. What about over here? When do we get the next level of radar? It's right over there. But for that, we need to do some titanium processing. And the bigger question, of course, is... It's so annoying that we see all those characters in there, which will help me not at all to see exactly how much more range we have. That will go up from 20 to 23. So there will be 3 chunks further out. That might just be enough to see a little bit further over there. Unless we can still... Nah, you're already... We could try to put a radar over there to like push out our vision one more chunk. I might just do that. once I built the train rain. Train into a Yuoki area? Yes. I mean, we do need to make a small Yuoki area somewhere. We just have to designate it. But if we're already kind of thinking about doing some Yuoki stuff, let's start assembling some Yuoki stuff then. Let's do that at the end. We still got a whole bunch of machines available over here. Making things like the press over here is not that hard, because the press is this. We have this. Let's go through all the steps that we need to make the rich dust. The rich dust itself is made in an assembly machine. This stuff over here is made in... used in... wait a minute, created in... Okay, with Technic over there, I guess this is just a way to make more of it. I don't think I care about that too much yet. This is just done in a crusher for now, or in an electric crusher. We probably want to make an electric crusher, right? Because this machine over here does eat process items with heat. Might be fine. Oh, wrong button. Alright. That's a normal crusher. That's an electric crusher. What do we need for an electric crusher? We need the normal... Okay. I think we can just bot it right now and just see where we end up with this. The normal crusher is rather easy to do. The electric crusher requires the Durotal structure element, the basic machine frame, and the M68K chip. Alright. Well, what the hell am I looking at? There's one downside to this Yuoki stuff. You don't get any kind of natural progression over here by just doing research. You get everything at once, which also makes it a little bit confusing in terms of what you need to build first and how much you need to build. Because you don't really learn about green circuits first, and then you learn about things that eat green circuits, and then you kind of think about, okay, we need a lot more green circuits, and then you start making more green circuits because you go to the tech tree like that. It's more like, hey, we now need this. We now need orange stuff. How do we make orange stuff? We make orange stuff out of rich dust. And we do that in a foundry. I'm pretty sure we're just going to bot all this Yuoki stuff together real quick. Because I don't really want to spend too much time on it. Just so that we can make the thing that we need. The D-less bonsai. What the fuck? Alright, orange stuff is rich dust. Rich dust is... oh, we do need to start off with then a non-electric crusher then. There we go. You could use a couple more pixels, mate. And they require water, and they require dildos. Alright, fair enough. At least they can run on everything. Which means we should definitely start belting all that Yuoki ore into like a little Yuoki area where we then do the Yuoki processing. Which we could technically do over here. Yeah, let's do that over there. Which means Yuoki stuff is over there. Let's just prep this real quick. It's gonna be on the left side, right? So we can do this. Actually, we could probably check over here with you. It is going to be on the left side. Alright, that will be Union. And we don't need this. Nor do we need that. We just need this. The ore belts are also mostly unstuck. You're still kind of stuck. What are you stuck on? Aluminum. And a single piece of... oh. What? Where did all that... oh. Alright. Really cool. That'll be fine. We'll fix that in a second. And just to make sure that we don't get any issue for the air, we're going to be putting over here aluminum. Let's double check if the belt got any issues, but I'm pretty sure that the thing was so full that we never ever had any kind of issues over there pushing in any of the aluminum. Alright, that's a problem that's going to be solving itself over time. What the hell? Take these out of there. Good. And then we don't need to worry about that. But yeah, let's bring all that Yogi stuff over here. And then we're just going to do some Yogi stuff right over there. Which means, and let's also just use red belt for that. Yeah, still a lot of bleeping going on, and I'm just going to be ignoring that bleeping. What the hell happened over there? That's one belt of Yogi stuff. Where's the other Yogi stuff? It's over there. There we go. And then some red belt over there as well. That's the other belt for Yogi stuff, and then we just need to bring it over here somewhere. There we go. Let's keep it over there for now. And then we can pick it up from over there later on. Alright, but yeah, it's about time that we start using Yogi stuff as well, because it's been backing up quite a bit, and I think just turning into dust, and then from the dust into, like, whatever ore we need, is probably the best way to make use of it. Unless, of course, I see something that's really, really cool in Yogi. But I guess it's about time that we start learning about Yogi. Speaking of... Alright, we are about to get a shipment of liquid plastic all the way over there. Once we have... Yeah, these have not really made a lot of plastic yet, but we're making a little bit more, but we're more or less just eating the plastic from the other parts over there. But once the plastic shows up over there, then the shell production over there will be better. And everything will be cool. At least all those extra explosives are already doing quite a bit of work for us. One quick thing over there. Artillery shell-wise, we got these railgun shells as well, but I don't think we can put the railgun shells in a normal artillery, right? Where are the artilleries? There they are. Yep. My artillery! There you go. Sorry, just want to place one over there real quick so we can see what we can put in there. Uranium artillery shells, atomic artillery shells, incendiary, atomic again, napalm, acid, uranium shell Mark II, bio shell, another kind of nuclear artillery shell, distractor shells, poison artillery, napalm artillery, cheap artillery shell, tiberium artillery shell, explosive artillery shell, high X artillery shell, and napalm artillery shell. Is there used in? I'm not quite sure if used in shows up for the shells, right? I actually never checked that, because it's not that often that you have so many things to shoot with. Ammo category artillery shell. Oh, that's kind of cool. So there's a category page for that. Good. And some of these we can already make. Some of these we cannot make. Like the poison artillery shell and stuff like that. That is going then into ammo. No, wait, not the one I want. Ah, there's the damage values. Yeah, but you do a massive load of poison. Direct damage poison. This might already be like the best way to use it. For that we would need green alien artifacts, and I think that's the biggest problem we have. We got like no green alien artifacts. Speaking of alien artifacts, kick all of this out. Sorry about that. I think there's still some research we can do. for the other artillery shells. There's also poison rockets over there, as well as flame rockets and high X rockets. Alright, that came all out of rocketry over there. Are there piercing rockets? There are piercing rockets! Oh fuck yes! And piercing rockets are actually the steel plate, blue alien alloy, and then the rocket body. And the rocket body is okay, it's a red circuit. Oof. Oof. A red circuit per rocket? Rocket turrets we might have. I'm pretty sure rocket turrets are a thing, right? It would be a bit weird if we would not have rocket turrets. Yeah, there are these rocket turrets, but didn't we try them out and we kind of realized that they were either A, shit, or B, they crashed the game? Wasn't there something about that? Or did I just imagine that? But I think we can already make rocket turrets. Yeah, there they are. We are maybe already making rocket turrets. No, we're not. Alright. Don't do this. Oh, rocket turrets. There they are. Put them in there, please. Maybe it was too small and ugly to use. That could also be the case. Because if you look at these things... Ew. What the hell are these? What range do they have? Yeah. Okay, they are directed and they got a decent range, actually. Alright. Fair. But they're kind of small and ugly, I do have to admit that. What about the other rocket turrets? What about these ones over there? They're still kind of small and ugly. But they look a little bit better, at least. Yeah, the rifle turret was also kind of small. Okay, it doesn't crash. Oh, what the hell is that hitbox? Wait, can we build... Okay, apparently it's a 2x2. Okay. But let's put you down again. Sorry. Ah, there we go. Could of course also look in the Wikipedia for that thing as well, but we got rocket, high X rocket, rocket, acid rocket, flame rocket, blue tiberium catalyst missile, liquid green tiberium seed rocket, explosive rocket, incendiary rocket, piercing, explosive plasma rockets, tiberium core missile, liquid blue tiberium seed rocket, bio rocket, atomic bomb, electric rocket, poison rocket, tiberium catalyst missile, and liquid tiberium bomb. Alright, let's go for rockets. How much damage do they do, and how much can we fuck people up with that? The normal base rocket as a baseline does 200. We're gonna ignore the bonus damage because the bonus will be the same for everybody else. The explosive rocket does 50, but does 100 splash. The bio rocket does 600 base damage, as well as a little bit of extra explosion damage. That is the Bob bio rocket, right? No, these are different bio rockets. Now looking at the two often the outpost, also very true. The high explosive rocket does 1,000. And it's basically an explosive rocket with more explosives. The incendiary rocket is doing less damage, but it is a cluster fire. And then we got the bomb rocket. The bomb rocket does 120 explosion and 240 physical, so that's already like a lot more than the basic rocket. And then piercing rockets actually do a lot of piercing, as do electric and stuff like that. They all do like a lot of their, whatever their special material is. Alright. But aren't we missing some rockets? Or are they are probably somewhere else? But I guess it mostly goes into the Bob rockets. What, for example, we need for the plasma rocket. The plasma rocket is made out of every little artifact out there. So let's ignore the plasma rockets. The poison rockets over there are doing a bit of explosion size. They are doing a tremendous amount of poison damage. Look at this. They do about 390 poison, or 300 poison per second. No, not per second, that's the initial impact. They do 48 per second. They slow them down, and they do that for like 30 seconds. And I don't think that's a ground effect. That's, I think, a stick-on effect. Because the flame rocket... that's a Plies effect. That's also a Plies effect. How does it look for things like the poison capsule? I just want to have a look at the wording. Creates one poison cloud. And area of effect is 11 with damage poison. We'll have to try it out. Alright, alright. That's a lot. Even though we lose part of the wall every time, they're taking good care of it. Here we go. I guess we got that plastic shipment? Question mark? Not yet, but artilleries are definitely firing more now. I mean, we got this region over here cleared out now, which is good. But these guys over there are still very much pissed off right at our doorstep. But yeah, once artillery shells go around a little bit more, we can definitely deal with more of them. We got the plastics going around. The only thing that we might need to be concerned about is steel. We don't really need to be concerned about steel. There's more than enough steel around in here for everybody to use. I am a little bit concerned about that copper output over there. Where is that coming from? That is coming from there. Oh, you know why this is so shit? Because these inserters are shit. There you go. You know what we could do over here the same? Here, upgrade all of these. It's probably a good idea. Alright. Llama boy, hello there. But we have reached the end for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Sadly not with Anno. Anno got delayed for a week. Because they kind of found a game-breaking bug in it. And they were like, yeah, we can't ship it like that. So the Anno DLC as well as the Anno patch will be coming out next week. I technically have I still have a sponsorship lined up for that. But that will also be moved back by a week. So we'll be doing some Anno next Friday. Tomorrow we're going to go back to Casino Notes, where I will be sitting at my staring at my screen, screaming at my screen, and just probably be safe scumming my way through a Casino Notes 2 game. But we're going to be killing more aliens. We're going to try to do less saving and reloading, because last time it was a bit much. But at the same time, I was also very frustrated at the end, and I just had to do it. More time to shit on Ubisoft, yes. Absolutely. Good. The ammo priority over here also seems to be doing better now. Every outpost over there seems to be having a decent amount of ammo. That is also good. So, all in all, we're doing good. Just need to make more shells and more ammo, and then we can take care of more of the enemies on the outside. Last objective for today. I guess we're gonna raid city. Yeah, let's go raid CD. I haven't raided her the entire week yet. Alright. Stretch! I'll be back tomorrow, like I said, with more Casino Notes. Next week, Monday will be off. I can already tell that. Because on Sunday I forgot to do some stuff, which I don't really want to do, but I have to do. And on Monday I will probably be pissed off about Sunday. Nothing bad, don't worry about it. Actually, it's all good. It's just that the people I have to go to are so annoying that I usually take a day off afterwards. Any more sponsorship on the horizon? Not yet. I do have a weird sponsorship for a mobile game on my desk, but I look at it and it's such a horrible game that I was like, no. Even though you pay me a lot of money for that, I would be like, no, sorry, we're not doing that. I got standards. And if it doesn't have jiggly physics, I'm not playing it. Thank you for everybody who left the follow today. Thank you everybody who left the raid today. Thank you so much, John Megacycle, for the lovely raid. Thank you so much for Interproductions for the raid. This is not fast. Thank you for the prime sub. Deadly Peaches, thanks so much for the raid right at the beginning. And without further ado, I wish you all an amazing evening. And until next time, see you around. Good night.